Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Appreciate you joining me on a Sunday afternoon. So for those that are watching live, it is 4 o'clock here on the East Coast of the US. For those watching on replay, appreciate you joining us. We're trying to catch up on California versus Monica Sementilli. So, sorry. Just want to check the old audio. Seems like it's okay. All right, so check out, Aaron added something in OBS. Check it out. Did you guys notice that? Pretty cool, huh? Lily Wayne, how are you? Pammy, Just Shamrock, therapist you know. Thank you for joining us. Cajun Bayou Queen. Awesome. Sherry Segretti is with us. Shirley Roth and Leslie. Oh, it's minus 20, minus 16. Shirley, ugh. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. I'm sorry. Irish Amy, hey, how you doing? Yes, the old switcheroo. Isn't that cool? Whoop, 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 whoop. It's kind of fun, right? There's a lot of transitions that Aaron's been playing with. I think that's a pretty cool one. Kathy Smith, hello, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Maddie's mom, hello. Irish Amy, yes, we are having, we're preparing for my brother and his wife next weekend. So this weekend, we're doing a lot of cleaning outside, and we're both kind of sore because it's just a lot of work that we're doing, but it's all worth it because the house looks lovely. Now we have to work on the inside, but we can do that over the course of this week. All right, so for those that are joining us, it is California versus Monica Sementilli. This is day 19. After today's stream, we will still be one day behind because this technically is Thursday streams, and then we still have to do Friday stream. Drunky the Bear, how you doing? Good to see you too, Kathy. Thank you. So we're still trying to get as close to being caught up as we can. It's Todd Mullis that's throwing us for a loop. But we know that the court here is going to be dark on Wednesday, right? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday afternoon they're off. Now, remember, Judge Cohen said, I think, earlier in the week that they were going to be off like the 3rd and the 4th or the 4th and the 5th, but now it looks like they're just going to be off afternoon of the 5th. So, hey, Gordon, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys hit that like button when you come in. I'll do the same. I didn't do it for myself, so I will do it. I'll follow my own advice and hit the like button. So appreciate that. And yeah, let's get to it. Irish Amy, it's always good to be able to zoom in Monica. That is true. Hey, Nanar, how are you? Thank you for joining us. And the other thing I was thinking, some of you say, I'm not getting notifications and all that stuff. If you follow us we're on 3 different platforms, Twitter, Facebook, and Blue Sky. So we always post what our next couple of streams will be. So if you're just wondering or you want to see what we're up to, you can always go to our YouTube page and see what's there. But if you want to check us out on Facebook, we post there. Twitter, we post there, and also Blue Sky, which is basically like Twitter, X, all that stuff. So if you guys are ever wondering what we're up to, what we're doing, check us out there. So, all right, let's get to it. Day 19 of California versus Monica Sementilli. When we left off, it was Mitzi Roberts, and she was in the middle of this, a presentation of a timeline. So that's where we left off. So, oh, good. Shirley, you get notifications on Facebook? Cool. Yeah. I'm sorry it's so cold up there for you. That is just some cold weather you're going through. Cajun Bayou Queen, Blue Sky is kind of like Twitter, X. It's kind of the same. It's pretty much set up the same way. It's just another competitor to Twitter. So it's pretty much the same thing. Fanny Pack, hey, how you doing? Kitty, say hello. Oh, yeah, let me show you my rusty, trusty sidekick here. The old trusty sidekick of Super Ball. Sun's going to be coming in a little bit, so she's going to catch some rays. Sweet little super ball going to catch some rays. So, all right, so let's get to it. Let us get to it. Watch the transition. Here's the transition. Woo, pretty cool, right? All right. All right, day 19, California versus Monica Sementilli.
Now joined us. Good morning. Thank you to the juror that called in late. Detective Roberts, you're still under oath, and the people may continue.
Yes.
Mark, you went out to that. Detective Roberts, we talked yesterday about the Target parking lot and the fact that you went out to that location on multiple dates. Looking at what's now been marked as People's 214, and Your Honor, there's a number 2 in the lower left corner. Do you know what's depicted here?
Yes, that's within the red circles is just showing where the surveillance cameras are located on that portion of the front of the building, the target.
Showing you, I think you talked about this yesterday, 214 with the 3 in the lower left corner. You mentioned a camera that was facing the area where one would enter. What do we see here?
Yes, that's a camera that kind of covers that, I guess it would be the northeast corner of the building.
As well as the cameras we just looked at in 214, or at least one of them, number 2, orienting it from another angle as well as another camera facing the parking lot?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you People's 214 with a 4 in the lower left corner. Are these additional cameras on the front of the building facing the parking lot?
Yes, these are the cameras that will pick up the far end of the parking lot that runs adjacent to the freeway.
The one, the area where Robert Baker parked and backed in the rented silver Nissan Versa?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you People's 214, number 5. Is this showing some of these cameras at the front of the building facing, taken from a different perspective?
Correct.
Towards the direction from which Robert Baker would have walked into the store on January 23rd of 2017?
Yes, exactly.
Showing you People's 214 with a 6 in the lower left corner. Here we go. Can you tell us what we see here, starting with the photograph on the left?
This is going to capture the door when you enter the target, the front entrance.
Okay. The one on the left from backed out viewpoint, so you have some contacts, and a close-up in the one on the lower right corner.
That's correct.
Showing you People's 214, where there's a 7 in the lower left corner. Are these photographs taken from the back area of that lot facing the Target store?
Yes.
And to the right, in the lower left corner, lower right corner.
Are these photos of the date of the murder, or just photos?
I'm going to object to the speaking objection.
If you're objecting as this is assuming facts on evidence or things of that nature,
Yes.
it's overruled. You're free to inquire from the examination.
Thank you.
Again, what do we see here in these two photographs, Detective?
This is just an overall of the parking lot, and I believe you were pointing out the area on the very right end of the photo, exactly where your pen is there. That is where you would enter.
And just to the right of where the entrance is, that would be where that building is that we looked at yesterday that had a white roof where the Payless store was located.
Correct.
All right. Showing you People's 214, this photograph has a 9, Your Honor, in the lower left corner. Can you orient us as to what we're looking at here?
Sure. So this area here where you see the green, I guess it's a trash dumpster, it's hard to tell. That was the area that we saw where Baker pulls into when he repositions the Nissan Versa.
Looks like it's maybe a...
Sort of maybe a storage or...
Okay. And that was the area where we talked about there was a small pedestrian gate that leads you through into the shopping center adjacent to the Target parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And then what do we see to the left here? Yes.
This is, so if you went into that little pedestrian gate, you would come around, walk through that pedestrian gate and come out this area, or you could just walk along this sidewalk and through this driveway, and it takes you around to Ventura Boulevard.
Okay. Where the entrance is back into the Target parking lot.
Correct.
And this area here, where I'm pointing with my pen to the left, this is that other shopping center area that feeds into or from the Target parking lot, correct?
Yes.
And if one were to go through this this shopping center, does that also lead you out onto, I think it's DeSoto there?
Yes, I believe you can exit either DeSoto or Ventura Boulevard.
Yes. Showing you People's 14, there's a 10 in the lower left corner, Your Honor. Can you describe for us what we see here?
This, again, is that area where we see the vehicle repark. And over here would have been in the previous photo where we saw that green, whatever it was, it's no longer there, but this is to illustrate the parking area.
Okay, the green storage container?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And this area here would feed you into that shopping center that we saw in the previous exhibit, People's 214, number 9.
Correct.
Now, at this point, I want to move back to the timeline and looking at what we see displayed this morning in the top right corner. Do you know what this is a notice of coming in on the defendant, Monica Sementilli's phone, this text message, what this relates to?
Again, this is a notification that she's receiving from her security system that her closet mirror is opened.
That's key when that was passed and answered yesterday.
Overruled.
Okay, and that comes in the text message at 2:03 in the afternoon, prior to the time that the defendant leaves her home.
That's correct.
Were you aware from your review of the interviews in this case that in the recording of the interview that took place on May 18th, 2017 at the defendant's home with Detective Parshall, Detective Gable, and Detective Tellis, that she indicated to them during the course of that interview that Fabio used the safe for various items, but she did not.
Yes.
Were you also aware that she told detectives?
I'm going to check. This is argumentative and already.
I have no idea. I haven't heard the question yet.
I'll take your objection as submission.
I believe it was during the Perkins operation when she was subsequent to her arrest on June 14th of 2017 that Detective Gable came to the cell door and mentioned that warrants were being served simultaneously at her home and Baker's and other locations, and she was asked about the code to the safe that she indicated that she never used the safe and she didn't know what the password was.
Overruled.
Yes.
All right.
And you believe in this case here?
Overruled.
From your review of the various reports and evidence in this case, was the safe the area where the victim in this case, Fabio Sementilli, stored or kept his gold coins, which I believe was also testified to the other day when you were here by a witness, Sam Pulera?
Argumentative, Ms. Stacy,
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now we're going to move on to the slide at 3:26 in the afternoon, where the defendant leaves her residence, and I want you to give us, when you look at the video and the timeline, how long it takes her to get to the area where the Ralph's Market would be, which is the corner of Ventura and Winnetka,
Yes.
I believe.
And this states the evidence leaving the residence going to the
Overruled.
I'm sorry, going to the Target, but what I'm asking, again, I'm asking about the time period when she passes on the video the Ralph's Market, again, at the corner of Winnetka and Ventura.
Yes, I understand. Okay, so we know through this video that she leaves the residence at 3:26 p.m. in the black Ford F-150 and travels down Oakdale.
We can move on to the next.
As she's driving, there's a series of 2 Viber messages between Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Okay.
This is now the video that captures her sort of skirting around the traffic to go through the light at Winnetka, and it takes her just 2 minutes to get there.
So at this point, she's passed the Ralphs, which took 2 minutes to get there,
Correct.
and she is on her way to the Target lot.
Yes. We're seeing here just a minute after her passing the Ralphs, a text message from Monica to Robert Baker at 3:29, 41 seconds.
Okay.
And just a little under 2 minutes later, she enters, or we see Monica driving the black F-150 enter the Target lot.
Now looking at the video, we saw the previous one where she was caught on video on her way to the location.
Sustained.
On video, captured on video, 3:29 and 44 seconds within the red circle
Yes.
at the center left area. Is that the black Ford F-150?
Yes.
And the purple area, is that the circle in the towards the center of this particular video? Is that the location of the Payless store?
Yes.
And the photograph, or what's circled in green to the right in the center, is that the same area where Baker had reparked his vehicle and it still remains at the back of the lot?
Yes.
Okay. And is this her taking a right into the Target parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And then taking a left towards the Payless?
That's
If you-
correct.
If you could back up just a few frames, please. Okay. Can you tell us what you see on the video, captured on the video at this point, in the purple circle?
Yes, if you really pay attention to that corner of that white building, when we talked about how the cameras were blurry, but you can see movement, and it's easily, at least it was easy for me to distinguish between the movement of a car and the movement of a person walking through the lot. If you pay attention to that corner, you can see the shadow of a person come from that corner and walk into the lot.
Now, when you went out to the Target parking lot, did you note that there was actually that area there has cars, but that that are parked, as we see along the diagonal? Area here,
Yes.
that when this the defendant's Ford F-150 comes around, that it actually stops in a lane of traffic.
Yes.
You could play that slowly.
No, this is all leading.
So ruled.
Right there, is that a figure?
Yes. Appears to be wearing dark clothing.
Okay. See that figure right there?
Yes.
Okay. Again there.
Yep.
Walking towards the vehicle.
That's correct.
And then the Ford F-150 stops.
And it's very hard to see, but you can see the movement of that shadow come around the front of the F-150.
And at that point, does it appear that the individual who we saw walking along as you're facing the Target store, the left side of the building where there's a walkway that feeds you from Ventura Boulevard, that the figure comes around the front of the vehicle to the front passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Leading.
Same?
Okay.
On timing, Mr. Levine.
Tell me what you see.
You almost simultaneously as the F-150 nears that corner of the Payless, you see that figure come out of the corner of the Payless, approach the car as it comes to a stop. The figure walks around the front of the F-150 to the passenger side of the vehicle.
And at that point, does the Ford F-150 then move forward and park?
Yes,
Is that what we're seeing here at 3:30 and 22 seconds?
that's correct.
And the figure is no longer there.
Right, you don't see the figure leave the area after the Ford F-150 reparks.
And then what do we see here happen with respect to where the Ford F-150 parks?
It parks on that very far corner. It's almost the last parking spot in that row at the very back of the lot, and it remains there for a little over 4 minutes.
Okay, let me ask you another question while we're stopped at this point. Just to the right of that red circle where the defendant parked in the Ford F-150 to the rear of the Target lot, just to the right of that in the green circle, what do we see there?
That is indicating the location where the Robert Baker had repositioned the silver Nissan.
Okay. And what do we see here?
This is just orientating you to the green circle. That's that little alcove where Baker had repositioned the car, and the red circle is the F-150. And it's just showing you the relationship to the parking lot and where they're both parked.
Okay. And then during that 4-minute period, when Baker's vehicle is at the back of the lot to the right and the defendant's vehicle is parked to the back of the lot just to the left of him, are there any Viber messages during that 4.5-minute period?
There are not.
Okay. Moving on to the time period between 3:34 and 3:42 in the afternoon on January 23rd of 2017. Looking at 3:34, what do we see here?
We're going to see, after that 4.5 approximate time frame, Monica back out of that spot that she's parked into the rear of the lot and repark her F-150 a little closer to the entrance. So we just kind of see slowly the car moving through the lot towards the entrance to the Target and repark.
Okay, and does this show us the, let's go back. In in this slide here, does it show us the context of the location now where she's reparked towards the front of the target? It's sort of in the middle area, it looks like, of the lot, and with Baker's vehicle still there on the same area where he had reparked.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, looking at 3:36 p.m., what do we see here?
That is Monica sending a Viber message to Robert Baker. Then 1 minute later, approximately 3 minutes after Monica reparks the F-150, we see the Robert Baker driving the silver Nissan exit the parking lot.
I'm going to object to Robert Baker. That's a conclusion.
Sustained.
His vehicle at that point drives away from the target location, and he's not seen at that location again after that?
That's correct.
What do we see here at 3:36 and 29 seconds?
This, we're going to see the silver Nissan exiting the parking lot. If I recall correctly, he actually exits through that alternate exit that we were talking about.
Okay.
We don't have video of whether he travels on to DeSoto or Ventura after that.
And at that point,
Again, Your Honor, objection. The conclusion to who's driving.
it's an inference reasonable to
So,
remember.
excuse me, that's for argument, not for evidence. Sustained.
Okay. At this point, the vehicle drives towards the, as we talked about, the other shopping center that is to the left in this particular diagram, or behind the target parking lot.
Correct.
And at that point, there's no video that shows whether he traveled directly forward, which would be towards, is that DeSoto?
Yes.
Or whether he takes a left and goes out to Ventura Boulevard, where I believe we see that marked on the diagram. Is that correct? It says Ventura Boulevard?
Your Honor, this is all speculation and argument.
The term he, I would refer to that as the vehicle. Proceed.
I'm talking about where it went or did not go.
Oh, overruled.
Is that correct, that the Ventura Boulevard is marked on the diagram there? It shows us, if you were to turn left, that you would hit Ventura Boulevard?
That's correct.
Okay. So at that point, there's no videotape, so we don't know which direction he traveled.
We don't know which direction the vehicle traveled.
Okay. All right. And now, what do we see happen a half a minute later, 30 seconds later, even less than that, 3:37 and 56 seconds.
There is an outgoing call, and it's Monica calling Jessica, her daughter.
And is this while her vehicle is still parked in the target parking lot, now has been reparked towards the center of the lot, towards
Yes.
the front of the building?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here at the same, approximately the same time, just a few minutes later, a few seconds later?
It's just the same information, that same call logging.
Okay. And what do we see here at 3:39?
So, yeah, approximately 3 minutes after the F-150 is reparked, we will see Monica exit that vehicle and walk through the lot and into the target.
And where the red circle is indicated with a white box on it, does this track her progress as she walks from the Ford F-150 towards the front of the store?
Yes.
And then at this point here, 3:39, in about 10 seconds, do we lose sight of her?
We lose
Switches.
sight
Yes.
very quickly lose sight, and then pick it back up a few seconds later. This interior camera catches her actually inside the store now.
Okay. And at that point, do we lose sight of her in the store?
Yes. Actually, then she pops back into frame, and she's got her cart and walks towards do her shopping.
Okay.
And then we do lose sight until she exits.
All right. And then what do we... Oops. What do we see happen now after she enters the store at 3:40 p.m.?
Monica sends a text message, instant message to Jessica, her daughter, reminding her, don't be late for babysitting.
And again, at this point, she's using regular communication, so we have the content. Is that correct? That's how you know it says don't be late for babysitting?
That's correct. And we know based on the information that Jessica at this point hasn't left the Sementilli residence. She's still there along with Fabio.
Okay. And they're the only two in the residence at that point as depicted in the top left corner.
Correct.
All right. And what do we see here at 3:41?
This is the response from Jessica to Monica. I won't. LOL. Laugh out loud.
And what is the next thing that we see happen at 3:47?
So we'll see Jessica leaving the Sementilli residence. She pulls out of the resident driveway, makes that same exit path on Queen Victoria to Oakdale. And here she is driving the red convertible Mustang.
Same vehicle we saw yesterday that she drove with her mother to the LA Fitness.
Correct.
Okay. So now at this point, Fabio is he home alone? There's no one else in the residence besides him?
He's home alone.
Okay. And this is just a couple minutes after the defendant messaged Jessica not to be late.
Correct.
Okay. What's the next event that we see?
So this is Monica's cell phone activating that IDMSS light app system, which we know is that surveillance system that plugs directly into the IP address of the Sementilli residence. And that's at 3:53 and 57 seconds.
So, about 6 minutes after, 12 minutes after she contacted her daughter not to be late, and about 6 minutes after Jessica leaves, the defendant connects to the application to view her home surveillance cameras.
Yes.
Okay?
It is, but there's also one time left over.
And what do we see next?
During this period from 4 p.m. to about 4:15 p.m., Monica's cell phone connects with the IP address to the Sementilli residence 8 times.
Okay.
Yeah, this takes the other.
So ruled.
And this indicates the distance between the target and the Sementilli residence
Yes,
at 2 miles.
yes, it is. It's 2
Does
miles.
that appear to be consistent with what you know it to be?
Yeah, I believe it's almost exactly 2 miles from the Sementilli residence to the target.
Okay.
So that calls for conclusion depending on the route you take.
So ruled.
And what is the next event that we see here at 4:18 p.m.?
This is the video that depicts Robert Baker and Christopher Austin running up Oakdale towards the Sementilli residence.
And this is at
I believe it was 4:18.
4:18 p.m.
Correct. 4:18 p.m. Of course, their faces are covered, and they've taken measures to not be recognized, obviously. We see 'em-
Faces are covered, hands are covered.
yeah, and when face is like completely covered, you can't see anything other than the nose area. They round the corner and run up Queen Victoria, which would be towards the Sementilli residence.
Okay. So, what is the next event?
Incoming call to Monica from her daughter Isabella, and that's at 4:22 with 9 seconds.
And yesterday, I believe we saw that at 1:40 on this date, the defendant messaged Bella to let her know when she was on her way home.
Yes.
Okay. And almost simultaneous with the incoming call from Bella to the defendant, what do we see?
Jack, that's argumentative.
So ruled.
This is it's just the cell phone, sometimes the records come in this way and it almost double captures the call. I believe, it's my opinion, that this is the same call, just recorded 2 seconds later.
No foundation.
Overruled.
Okay. What's the next thing that we see?
This is Monica Sementilli placing an outgoing call to Isabella about 2 minutes after the incoming call from Isabella.
Okay. And then what do we see at 4:27, 3 minutes after
Monica,
completes the call?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Monica receiving an incoming call from Joseph Cohen, OD.
And do you know who that is?
I believe it's a dentist. Her dentist, I believe.
Could that be
Or eye doctor. I'm sorry, eye doctor.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And with respect to, again, your review of the evidence in this case, as we will see, was Bella after school. I think we talked about yesterday that she was going for an interview at a deli, and then after that was going to, as she told detectives in her interview, pick up a set of eyeglasses on her way home.
Correct.
Okay. And so at this point, at 4:27, after the defendant ends her call with Bella, the defendant then has a call from the eye doctor.
Yes.
Okay. And then what do we see after that incoming call?
Monica places an outgoing call to the same eye doctor.
Okay. Would that be consistent with being on the call with Isabella when a call is coming in from the eye doctor, missing the call from the eye doctor, or switching over to the call from the eye doctor, or calling that eye doctor back?
Objection, leading speculation.
Sustain on the second round.
Okay. From your review of the records, the CDRs, was it consistent with the defendant being on the phone with Isabella and then calling back the eye doctor?
Same objection. Absolutely.
Yes, it's consistent with missing a call and calling that person back.
Okay. And let's look at the next event. And this is occurring while the defendant is inside the Target store, correct?
Yes, these calls occurred while she was inside the Target.
Okay. At 4:32, a few minutes after that call, what do we see captured on video?
This is a video that captures Monica Sementilli exiting the Target, and as she's exiting, she's staring into her cell phone, using her cell phone, and seems
Exactly. Using her cell phone.
It's overruled.
to be preoccupied in her cell phone and almost miss the exit to the Target.
Objection, that's argument.
Is that what we see right here?
It's overruled.
Yes,
She has to redirect herself.
correct. And still looking at the cell phone as she exits Target.
Looking at the exterior surveillance video now at 4:32, what do we see here?
This will just follow Monica as she walks out of the Target, through the parking lot, and back to the F-150.
Okay. And what do we see here at 4:37?
Monica places an outgoing call to her daughter, Isabella.
And next? What do we see here at 4:38?
At
1
4
minute after that call.
Yes, at 4:38, we'll see video that depicts the Ford F-150 exiting the Target lot. She backs out, actually comes the opposite direction of the direction when she arrived. Now she's the F-150 is stopped waiting for the traffic light.
At Ventura.
At Ventura, she negotiates a left-hand turn and travels down eastbound Ventura Boulevard.
Okay. What do we see here at 4:41 and 55 seconds, close to 4:42?
This is video that was captured in the Ralph's parking lot that's located on the southeast corner of Winnetka and Ventura Boulevard, and it will show the F-150 pulling into that Ralph's parking lot. The street where you see the bus there, that is Winnetka.
Okay.
So she's traveling southbound on Winnetka and actually enters one of the farthest entrances to that lot.
Passes several.
I believe there's at least one that you would pass.
And what do we see here at 4:42?
This is a sort of a closer video that captures the F-150, and it's going to travel through the parking lot and then park.
Okay. What's the next thing that we see here at 4:42? Bless you.
Yeah, a little less than a minute later, the entrance to the Ralph's supermarket, there's a surveillance camera there that captures Monica entering the market. She's pushing a cart, enters the market.
Okay, moving on to the 4:45 timeline. At this point, we obviously know, because we haven't seen any video of him leaving, that Fabio is on the back patio and that Baker and Austin are still at the location.
Correct.
All right. And what do we see here happening at 4:46 after the defendant entered the Ralph's Market?
This is a Viber message from Monica to Robert Baker.
What do we see at 4:52?
This video will depict Monica exiting the the Ralph's supermarket. I noted that she no longer has the cart. She's just carrying a bag out of the store.
Small bag.
Small bag, correct.
In her right hand.
That's correct, and looks like some sort of a purse from her left.
Okay. And 1 minute after she exits the Ralph's, what do we see here at 4:53?
We're going to see Fabio Sementilli's Porsche, black Porsche, driven by Baker with Austin in the passenger seat, travel down Queen Victoria and make that right-hand turn down Oakdale. This cutout of that is just to illustrate that there are 2 persons in the vehicle, and the one driving is wearing the green shirt, and the passenger is in a dark colored hoodie.
And based on the DNA evidence in this case, you know, obviously, that Baker's DNA was found in the driver's compartment as well as on the steering wheel.
Correct.
And 1 minute after Baker drove away with Austin in victim Fabio Sementilli's Porsche, what do we see happening at 4:54?
Isabella Sementilli returns home. We'll see her negotiate that left-hand turn from Oakdale onto Queen Victoria. And this is her driving that red Fiat.
And 2 minutes after that, at 4:56, what do we see?
We're going to see that same camera at the Ralphs, in the area of the Ralphs there, capture the Porsche traveling down Winnetka towards Ventura Boulevard.
Okay.
So there we see the Porsche, obviously with the green circle around it, traveling towards Ventura Boulevard.
So the opposite direction that we saw the defendant travel when she was southbound from the Target to the Ralphs.
Correct.
And what is the next event that we see occurring at 5:03 p.m. on the date that Fabio Sementilli was killed?
Yeah, this is approximately 10 minutes after after we see her exiting that Ralph. We're going to see the black F-150 traveling up Oakdale and make that left-hand turn onto Queen Victoria, and that is when Monica arrives home from Ralph's.
And at 5:14, in the late afternoon, what do we see here?
This is a Viber message from Robert Baker to Monica Sementilli.
And then just a few seconds later, we see that there's an incoming call to Baker.
Yes, Baker receives an incoming call from an individual in his contacts named LaShane Holmes.
And did his name come up during the course of your investigation?
Yes, it did.
And was he someone that you looked at, which we'll talk about a little bit later, as a potential third-party suspect in this case?
Yes.
And did you at some point exclude him because of certain evidence that you uncovered?
Yes, we, through our investigation, I determined that during the time of the crime, LaShane Holmes had an active parole ankle bracelet that had a GPS, and we contacted parole and learned that that basically the GPS showed him at home in the Orange County area at the time of the murder.
Was he also another location where, after the murder, besides Roger Brown at 331 Salem in Glendale, where he was observed by G&D and SIS surveillance crews, Al Birdsong's in Las Vegas, another Sheila and Ricardo Cabrera in the San Fernando Valley. Was this yet another location where Baker stayed for a period of time surrounding the murder?
Yes.
Connection, leading, speculation, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did you uncover evidence that Baker also stayed for a period of time, 1 or 2 nights, with LaShane Holmes?
Yes.
If I could have a moment. All right. Now, looking at moving forward in our timeline on January 23rd to 9:20 p.m. From a video on Khalifa Street, can you describe what we see here?
This is a surveillance system that was attached to one of the residents in this area on Khalifa Street, which captures an individual parking and abandoning the Fabio's stolen Porsche.
Now, we talked about this location yesterday. Approximately how far is Khalifa from Baker's residence at the time, 6817 Independence?
It's, I didn't map that out, but I know the area. I would say that it's several miles, 4 or 5 miles probably.
4 to 5?
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is pure speculation at this point.
So a rule based on this witness's testimony.
This Khalifa location, do you know, again, approximately how far it is from the Sementilli residence on Queen Victoria?
I would say it's at least 5 miles as well. The Khalifa the area where the car was abandoned is. It's not like heavily. The houses are big. The properties are larger. So there's not a lot of pedestrian traffic. There's not a lot of traffic at all. It's
Residential.
It feels like rural residential when you go to that area, actually.
All right. Now I want to move on and ask you some other questions. We saw that it took the defendant 10 minutes to return home from the Ralph's Market on the day of the murder. On any of the occasions where you drove that route during the same time period that the defendant did from the Ralph's location back to the residence, did it ever take you 10 minutes?
Never.
In terms of the LA Fitness video, I know we talked about some of the video times being off and that they were corrected within the course of the creation of the PowerPoint timeline. Did you note that the LA Fitness video was off by an hour and 43 minutes?
Yes, that was noted, and in terms of this timeline, everything that's been depicted to the jury and to the court has been adjusted to the correct time that was verified through through finding the differences in the video and also through the cell phone records and other records in the case.
Did you count the number of Viber messages between the defendant and Baker on the date of January 23rd of 2017?
I did.
What was that number?
I have so many numbers now. I'm trying to. I believe it was.
Is it approximately 180?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is speculation.
Oh,
I'm sorry. The time period again.
On the day of the murder. Starting only, so I'm not talking about, I'm excluding any messages during midnight to 6 a.m.
Right.
Counting in, as depicted in our timeline, during the 6 o'clock hour, we saw that Viber message from the defendant to Baker, excluding that until that communication, that message from Baker to the defendant at 5:14 p.m. That was the last communication of the day, correct?
Not only was that the last communication of the day, but the Viber accounts were deactivated by both Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli on that day.
Okay. And after that date, they began using a different encrypted application to communicate, correct?
Correct.
And which one was that?
That was WhatsApp.
And approximately how many Viber communications were there with respect to the timeline that we showed between the 6 a.m. hour, again excluding anything from midnight to 6 a.m., just 6 a.m. until that last communication at 5:14 p.m.?
I would have to refer to my notes. I want to say that it was 95.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, at this point.
I mean,
would it help to refer to your notes?
I have the numbers actually that I stored on my cell phone. I could find it.
That's good enough. Go ahead.
I need a little time.
All right, let's take our morning recess now for 15 minutes. The other supplies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
thank you.
All right, while they take their break, I'm going to do a little quick recap here. So we have Detective Mitzi Roberts. Oh, and Mel, well, you saw Super Bowl, so she's resting comfortably. I hope you feel better. All right, so we heard from Detective Mitzi Roberts, and she's picking up from where she was the other day. And she's doing this timeline that was created by a guy named Ed. He's a graphic design expert, Ed Cosin. So let's see. Just kind of goes talking about this whole timeline where she goes to the target. She meets Baker in this off, they're in the parking lot and they go to this, really side deep area of the parking lot. She enters the target around 3:39. Right, and the whole thing is, she said that she didn't know how to use the surveillance app, but she activated it at 3:53. And from between 4 and 4:15, she connected 8 times to that surveillance, and she claimed that she didn't know, she didn't have access to it. So she's lying. Why lie? Right? I mean, she lies a lot, and it's just like, why are you lying? Then at 4:18, Baker and Austin, there's a video of them running to the Sementilli house. And Sarcasm, you just asked when did this happen? It was January 23rd of 2017, and they were seen running towards the house at 4:18, so they probably got there around 4:20. Monica calls Isabel at 4:24. So it's probably around 4:20. Let's see. They left at. Hold on. When did they leave? 4:52. So they got there at 4:18, 4:20. They left at 4:52. So somewhere 4:25, 4:30. That's when that happened. And then it's chilling because in the opening statement, they pull out in the Porsche, and then a minute or two later, Isabella comes home. And she's the 16, 17, I think she's 17-year-old daughter, and she finds her dad. And then Monica comes home at 5:03. So poor Isabella was there. 4:54, she probably walks in at 4:55, 4:56. She finds her dad. Ugh, just horrible. So and then Baker and Monica switched to WhatsApp. So they went from one encryption application to another. So yeah, 4:20 roughly. I mean, because if they got there at 4:18, you see them running up. It's so weird. You see them running up at 4:18s, and then they had to go. They go down the street. So probably 4:20 to 4:25, they get in the house somewhere in there. So. And luckily, there was no video in the house. It's just outside the house. So somebody, I forget who, was saying that Monica was watching. And I think, Baca, maybe you said Monica was watching it happen. Yeah, yes and no. She wasn't actually watching it because there was no cameras in the house. God, that would be really sick if there was. But there was no cameras in the house. They were just like outside the house, so. Oh, Alessi spanks the Commonwealth. Awesome. I love that name. Alessi spanks the Commonwealth. By the way, I'm a new subscriber. Awesome. Thank you. I was watching Baker. Went to shower, came back, and here I am. Oh, nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, Baker was on. He had like Brandy Churchwell. He had a whole bunch of people on. Let me see. Yeah, Baker was on with Brandy Churchwell and some other people. I'm just looking at your profile picture there, Alessi. I see 3 dogs and a kitty. Nice. So I love your name, Spanks the Commonwealth. That's pretty funny. Hey, Carolina Hurtado. Good to see you. Put the gavel down, Judge. Monica is guilty. Justice for Fabio. Yep. Yeah. All right, let's do some zooming here because we can. Let me come back here and do some zooming. Oop, not that much. Okay.
So before we took our break, I asked you how many Viber communications took place between the defendant and Robert Baker from 6 a.m. on the 23rd until that last message from Baker to the defendant at 5:14 p.m.
Correct. 95.
Okay. Now, did you also look at the Viber business records that were obtained pursuant to a search warrant with respect to between them using Viber the day previous, on January 22nd, when there was an initial attempt to murder Fabio Sementilli?
Yeah. That's through facts, not
What's his name?
On that date, January 22nd, did you determine how many communications there were using Viber between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes, there were 180.
Did you also review records and phone extractions for devices relevant to the defendant, Robert Baker, and Chris Austin.
I did.
And did you learn from your review of those records that the defendant registered and began using WhatsApp on January 27th of
Yeah.
2017?
Yes.
And that Robert Baker registered for WhatsApp, the encrypted app we talked about before we took our break, on the night of the murder, January 23rd.
Correct.
And that Mr. Austin, who we'll talk about later, registered and began use on January 29th of 2017.
That's correct.
In going through the timeline yesterday and today, we noted that through a security system called Digital Life that the defendant mentioned in her interview on May 18th of 2017 with Detective Gable, Parshall, and Verna about getting text messages every time her closet mirror opens, behind which was the safe. And we saw that there was a text at 2:03 prior to the time the defendant left to go to Target. Was there, during the time that Baker and Austin were in the home, any text generated indicating the mirror had been opened or the safe had been opened behind the mirror to the defendant's phone?
This is leading.
It's overruled.
No.
Approach, please. All right.
Any text generated. Detective, did you understand my question?
I did.
And was there any text generated through that system during the period of time when Baker and Austin were inside the residence?
There was not.
You actually created a timeline of the Viber communications for the day prior to the murder on January 22nd, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, through the course of your investigation, did you also review evidence relating to travel by the defendant and Robert Baker after the murder?
Yes.
And did some of the evidence that you reviewed come from a cell phone extraction relating to the defendant, her iPhone? I think it was booked as LAPD evidence item under the DR as 119, an Apple iPhone 7.
Yes.
And did you also review evidence that came from Robert Baker's Dropbox?
I did.
Did you also review evidence that came from the defendant's iCloud account that backed up or connected to her Apple iPhone?
Yes.
And did you also review evidence, including photographs, relating to an SD card that was found in the defendant's Ford Explorer, along with various items of women's clothing?
Yes.
Did you also review evidence of, along with photographs of the extraction from Baker's Samsung S8, which was booked as item 121?
I did.
Showing you what was previously marked as exhibit (159), which contains 4 pages. Does this appear to be the timeline created from the use of the Viber records between the defendant and Mr. Baker on the date of January 22nd of 2017?
Yes.
And this was the date, as you testified, that there were approximately 180 Viber communications between them.
Correct.
Now, relating to travel, did you learn from your investigation as well as your review of the extractions from digital evidence that the defendant, along with Robert Baker, traveled to Las Vegas on 2 separate occasions?
Yes.
And do you know, did those trips occur one in March and one in May?
Correct.
All right. And did you also view photographs and evidence relating to another trip that occurred at the end of May to another location?
Yes.
And where was that?
Myrtle Beach.
Okay. Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 117. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
These are photos captured from 157 was an SD card.
That was the SD card I just asked you about a few moments ago that was found in Baker's vehicle, the Ford Expedition.
Yes. And of course, on the right, we have a picture of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, and on the left, it's Monica standing next to a big banner about the event.
Okay.
No, this is cumulative, it's already been shown.
I understand that, except the source is not, it's overruled.
Now, did you also find evidence relating to this trip in the defendant's email account?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have two sets of documents that contain emails, one relating to the date of March 10th of 2017. It is 4 pages in length. The other dated March 18th of 2017, it is 2 pages in length. And the final document appears to be a ticket to the Paradise Party compound. May these items be collectively marked as People's 215.
They may.
Thank you.
And I'm going to object that it's irrelevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Your Honor, I stand corrected. Thank you, Detective. The second set of emails is dated May 18th of 2017, the one that's 2 pages in length. And I'm going to start with the ticket at the back.
216.
Showing you part of 216. There is a number 4.
215.
215.
Okay, oh, you wrote it down. Sorry.
215. Thank you, Your Honor. There is a 4 in the lower left corner. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
And is this one of the items that you recovered from the defendant's email?
Yes.
Along with various documentation with respect to booking airfare and this event.
Yes.
Showing you the first page of the email from March 10th of 2017 from Expedia Travel. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
The document speaks for itself, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It's an itinerary basically for the flight, hotel, for the time frame of May 25th to May 29th.
And at the very top of this email from Expedia, is it emailed to the defendant's email in her Hotmail account?
Yes, that is the email for Monica Santel.
And if we move down to the itinerary, does it indicate flight from LAX on May 25th, round trip to Myrtle Beach with the price of $2,387 with an itinerary number?
Yes.
And does this document lay out the itinerary in terms of the airfare and the flights from Los Angeles to Charlotte, from Charlotte, South Carolina to Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
as well as at the top of the third page, itinerary or confirmation number for the Sheraton Hotel at the Convention Center
Yes,
under the defendant's name.
correct.
Showing you the second email from May 18th of 2017. Did you also note this with respect to your review of the defendant's email account from the defendant to an individual by the name of Tony Chubbs Marcus?
Yes.
And what does this relate to?
The pass, it was sort of like the pass to the weekend pass to the whole party event. Monica had purchased 2 tickets and hadn't received them.
And is that what she indicates on the first couple lines here at the top of People's 215 help? Still have not received confirmation email for tickets.
Correct.
And then in response, is there an email saying that your confirmation has been sent?
Yes, resent.
Resent. Laura, I have an email from the Aria Sky Suites to the defendant dated July 18th of 2016. May this document be marked as People's Exhibit 216?
Yes.
Showing you People's 216. Do you recognize what you see here from the defendant's email account?
Yes, this is a forwarded itinerary of Fabio's travel to the Wella professional hair event in Las Vegas at the Aria.
In July of 2016?
Correct. And Monica forwarded it to Diane at Racquetball, which is a email address for Robert Baker.
And at the bottom of the second page of People's 216, does it contain a map that has, someone has written in pen an arrow with respect to the registration area and a path from the valet to that location at the casino level?
Yes.
And did that appear to match up to what has previously been marked 156 within Curtis Davis's PowerPoint with respect to a deleted email from the defendant's email account?
Yes.
Also showing you a document from Curtis Davis's PowerPoint, in this case 156, showing registration of a new Samsung S6 registered on January 23rd for WhatsApp, as we discussed a few moments ago. During the course of your investigation, did you ever recover a Samsung S6?
No.
Did you ever recover a flip phone relating to, oh, you know what, I'm going to come back to that. Oh. Your Honor, I had a set of 7 photographs that are photographs obtained from either Baker's Dropbox, his phone, or the defendant's phone, or from photographs from a search warrant. May they be marked collectively as people's 216?
217.
Showing you photographs from what was previously marked as People's 192. Did you find these photographs within Baker's Dropbox under a folder that was created under the name Monica?
Yes.
Looking at the center photo, do you know where this photograph was taken?
Yes.
Where is that?
This was in the underground parking area of the apartment complex where Robert Baker lived.
Showing you photographs contained in People's 217 that has a 6 in the lower left corner. Photographs from December 14th at from 2016 at 12:59 in the morning. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I do.
And what do these photographs depict?
They depict Monica Sementilli with Robert Baker. In the photograph on the right, she's holding a cigar and they're smiling together. And on the left, they're kissing.
There's a continuing objection to the photograph.
Yes, I understand that, sir.
Did you find in Robert Baker's Dropbox numerous photographs that were sexually graphic in nature?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what those photographs depicted?
Objection, Your Honor, that's cumulative. It's open-ended.
Let me see his bro. proceed, please. Let us proceed, please.
Let me try again.
That's what I can do.
I'll allow that.
Did you understand my last question?
I did, but I don't remember.
Did you find numerous, when I say numerous, over 240 photographs, videos of a sexually graphic nature relating to the defendant and Robert Baker stored in Robert Baker's Dropbox under a couple different names?
Yes.
Was one of those names Madonna?
Yes.
And another one named Real Madonna?
Yes.
Can you describe for us, let me ask you this, were the photographs of a sexually graphic or explicit nature ranging from 2016 to photographs in 2017?
Yes.
Can you give us a generalized description of what these photographs encompassed, Detective, based on your experience with sex crimes?
Yes. There was, as you stated previously, over 240 photos, mostly photos, some video, depicting Monica Baker. I'm sorry, I apologize. Monica Sementilli, partially clothed, completely nude, seductive poses. There were photos of close-ups of Monica Sementilli's vagina, close-ups of her breasts, close-ups of Robert Baker's penis. There were explicit photos of sexual intercourse, oral copulation, wherein Monica is oral copulating Robert Baker, oral copulation by Monica on other unknown males, screenshots of Skype type videoing of Monica engaged in various sex acts with an unknown male. There were masturbation, various photos of masturbation by Robert Baker, masturbation by Monica Sementilli, close-up pictures of an anus, close-up pictures of a finger in an anus, and then various sort of posed pictures, partially clothed or nude in various locations, sort of like more nude modeling, I would say.
Okay. And when you described some of these photos, could you tell from the background of the photographs where some of these photos were taken?
Yes.
And did some of those photographs take place in Robert Baker's apartment on Independence?
Yes.
And could you also tell that some of those photographs were actually taken in public late at night outside.
Yes.
Your Honor, what number was it? 217 that I marked this set with the
Sorry, your last?
yeah 217 was that the set of
Yes.
yes, thank you. Showing you People's 217. There is a 4, Your Honor, in the lower left corner for the record. Again, as we just discussed, were these some of the photographs as well as Skype that you located in Robert Baker's Dropbox under a folder titled Monica from various dates in 2016, including October and November?
Yes.
The still photograph that we see here on the left, is this what you were referring to when you said there were Skypes or videos of Skypes?
I was actually referring more to a screenshot of an actual sex act, and the bottom of that screenshot actually said Skype, so I knew that was Skype. This is obviously a screenshot from some sort of similar application where you can talk to somebody via video.
Okay. So this might be a video where a screenshot was taken from perhaps like FaceTime or something of that nature.
Correct.
Okay. And does this include in this photograph a picture of the defendant with Robert Baker?
Yes, and I can tell just by the background that Robert Baker is in his apartment.
And in actually, from that photograph, does it appear that he's not only in his apartment, but that he's in his bedroom?
Yes.
And you know that based on that something that you see in the background?
Yes, that his chest of drawers and with the mirror.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 217 that has an 8 in the lower left corner, a photograph amongst the search warrant photos from the date of the arrest of June 14th of 2017. Can you tell us if you recognize what you see here?
This is Robert Baker's bedroom, and he has that very distinctive duvet or cover on his bed. And then that's the mirror that I talked about previously on the dresser drawers.
Showing you People's 217 that has a 9 in the lower left corner. Is this, again, a photograph recovered from Robert Baker's Dropbox under the folder Monica with metadata of the date of November 3rd, 2017 at 9:34 p.m.?
Yes.
Looking at these, the photograph on the left, does the photograph to the right appear to be a close-up of some writing on the mirror above that dresser in Robert Baker's bedroom?
It is.
And what do we see here in these photographs?
So Monica is looking into the mirror, I believe, putting makeup on, and up in the upper right-hand corner of the mirror it says Mrs. Baker, and then you can actually see Robert Baker captured in the mirror taking the photograph.
When you observed the photograph in the Dropbox folder, it did not contain the black privacy box that you placed, correct?
Correct. Her buttocks were exposed in the actual picture.
showing you People's Exhibit 217. There's a 1 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is 2 photographs of Monica Sementilli laying on Robert Baker's bed in Robert Baker's apartment, and she's wearing an Army t-shirt which was given to her by Robert Baker.
Showing you what we've now marked as People's 217. It has 2 in the lower left corner. I can see that the photograph, as it appears here, is reversed. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, this is Monica when she's traveling home from the trip to Toronto to celebrate Fabio. She's in the picture on the right. I believe that's the first class lounge. She's having something to drink, and she's wearing that same Army t-shirt. And then in the left-hand corner, she's in first class on the plane with I believe it's the menu.
And were these photographs recovered from cell phone extractions from her Apple iPhone, as we talked about earlier, number 119, and Baker's, one of his Samsungs, number 121?
Correct.
Okay. Looking at People's 217, hard to see. There's a 1 in the lower left corner. Do you recognize these photographs from, again, one of Baker's Samsungs, number 121, that were taken on June 6th of 2017? Yes,
this is at the depicting Monica playing pool at the Rabbit Hole Bar, which, if I remember correctly, is in West Hills.
Okay. Now, with respect to the date of June 6th of 2017, later that night at approximately 11:30, were there also photos that were taken that you observed in the item number 121, Baker's Samsung, of the defendant posing in front of a new Mustang?
Yes.
And can you describe what was depicted in those photos?
It's probably 24 or so photos of I would describe them as modeling type photos that starts out sort of scantily clad with a long, I don't know if it's a long shirt or a dress. It's open, it's exposing partial parts of Monica Sementilli's either buttocks or breasts. And then as the photos go on, she's no longer in the clothes. If I remember correctly, she's wearing very high heels and almost like leg warmers that go all the way up to the knee. It makes it look kind of like a boot, but it's actually a heel with a leg warmer. And in the latter photos, that's all she's sort of wearing. And she's posing in different sort of provocative poses, both next to the Mustang and up against like a metal post pole.
Like potentially a light pole?
Yes.
Now, some of the photographs that you found in these various devices, or on these various devices, were some of them taken while the defendant was on vacation prior to his murder with Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Were some of those photos taken in August of 2016 in Cabo San Lucas at a hotel called the Cape Hotel?
Yes.
And were some of those photographs taken on a trendsetter trip to Hawaii at the Kahala Hotel in October of 2016?
Yes.
Did you also find photographs of a graphic, explicit nature that were taken that one might describe as selfies while the defendant was in Toronto burying her husband?
Yes.
Were there also numerous naked or sexually graphic photos, as you've described them, of the defendant posing in her own home, either in her bedroom or lying on the couch in the family room area, or posing in front of the dresser in her bedroom?
Yes, as well as some video.
Video with respect to sex acts, simulating sex acts, or masturbation with various objects?
That is correct. Masturbation.
Did you also find photographs in these devices of the defendant drinking wine while cooking naked in Baker's apartment in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Some of these photographs that you found in Baker's Dropbox or on the extraction for the Samsung S8, the device 121, were those also contained in the defendant's iCloud account?
Yes.
And did some of those appear to contain photographs of her lying naked while she was in Toronto visiting family in August of 2016?
Yes.
Did some of those photographs also contain various simulated acts of graphic nature involving, let's say, masturbation?
Yes.
And did the iCloud backup belonging to the defendant also contain the photographs of her trips with her husband, such as to Mexico, Cabo San Lucas in 2016?
Yes.
Did also some of those photographs in her iCloud contain photographs, many photographs, of her performing oral sex on Robert Baker inside of his Ford Expedition?
Yes.
With respect to the SD card,
I'm going to object. This is far beyond anything
One moment.
relative to the murder case.
One moment, counsel. You can approach.
a moment to what was marked as People's 217. In the lower left corner, there's a 9. The date on this one is actually 2016. Is that correct? At 9:30 p.m., not 2017.
Correct.
The question I had just asked you was about the SD card number 157 found in the Ford Expedition belonging to Robert Baker, along with various items of clothing. Did those also contain some of the same type of sexually graphic photos that you've described during the time the defendant was in Toronto for her husband's funeral?
Yes.
I want to now move on to an area with respect to burner phones. Can you tell us, please, what is a burner phone?
Typically, it's a hard-to-trace phone obtained usually for so that law enforcement can't link it to an individual. A lot of times.
No foundation. That's very good.
Sustained.
Sure. What's your experience with burner phones?
I've had a lot of experience, unfortunately, with cases that I've worked where the suspect that I'm looking for has tried to elude or elude capture or get away with the crime by using a burner phone as opposed to a phone that's registered to that person.
And how?
I've actually purchased burner phones to assist myself in an investigation, so that criminals don't know that I'm from the police department calling them.
So what do you mean when you say you've done it yourself? Tell us what that means. What have you done?
For example, I had a case where we were working with an informant, and the informant needed to make a series of phone calls for us, so we went into Walmart and purchased a prepaid cell phone with, 200 minutes on it that is virtually untraceable. You don't have to give a name. All you do is pay for it. We paid for it in cash, so we didn't leave a trail of credit card, and there was no way to link that phone back to us.
So have you also handled cases where someone might purchase such a phone that's untraceable, where because they're paying cash up front for the minutes, so they don't need to purchase a plan, where they might use even fake names and addresses?
Yes, it's typically if you go into more of the traditional, like Metro PCS or T-Mobile or things like that, you have to give some information. You have to give us information, a name, an address. You don't necessarily have to show ID, but you have to give information. And in those cases, what criminals have done to get around that is given fake information, fake names, fake addresses.
Did you find that that tactic was utilized in this case?
It was.
Okay. So, I want to ask you with respect to the evidence in this case. We heard that at the time of her arrest, the defendant in her Mustang on June 14th of 2017 in her purse was in possession of two phones. One, the Apple iPhone 119 that we've talked about. The other being a ZTE flip phone that was booked into evidence under this DR number for this case on a property report number 120 that contained a cell phone number 747-250-0708. Did you uncover or investigate that particular phone along with a second phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you did and what you learned?
If I can, I want to say the date was January 29th. Two cell phones were purchased at a T-Mobile, I believe it was a T-Mobile in Victorville off of Hook Avenue. One was the ZTE flip phone, and another was an LG stylus phone. The individual who purchased the phone gave a fake name of Daniel Jones, correct, and a fictitious address that actually doesn't even exist, a fictitious city of Panama City, I think it was, Lindale Ave in Panama City.
Glendale Ave in Panama City?
I think it was Lindale,
Lindale.
Lindale.
Okay. And what else did you uncover?
We through a search warrant, I obtained cell phone records for both of those cell phones, and in relation to the LG phone, which was also a 747 number, I think it was 747-880, I don't remember the last four. In analyzing the CDRs for that phone, I realized that there were common contacts for Robert Baker in those phones, that phone was being used by Robert Baker as a burner phone, basically.
So once you obtained those cell phone records relating to these two phone numbers, you said that you noted that contacts relating to Robert Baker were contained on one or both of those phones?
One.
And which phone of the two was that?
That was the LG.
Okay. And did you uncover, based on those records, information relating to the ZTE phone, number 120, that was recovered, as I mentioned, in the defendant's Mustang on June 14th?
Yes.
Did you also, pursuant to a search warrant, obtain information from T-Mobile regarding these two phones?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have documents relating to the ZTE flip phone number 120 as well as the LG phone from T-Mobile, and each of these items have photographs attached, one of which, the ZTE, has already been marked as 150. Could I have this set of documents and the additional photo marked as people's next in order?
218.
Thank you. Showing you a document that's now been marked under this package for 218. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is basically when law enforcement writes a search warrant, this is one of the things that they provide along with or we request and is provided along with the CDR, and it's basically subscriber information. Who is the owner basically of that phone and that phone number.
And was this search warrant that references a DR number, is that DR number the DR number specific to this case?
Yes, it is.
And does it contain on this document here, and I'm highlighting, the phone number 747-888-2168?
Yes.
Were you also in court yesterday during the testimony of one of Robert Baker's friends, Roger Brown?
Yes.
Showing you what was marked yesterday as People's 212. Is that the same phone number that we see here that he testified to yesterday as a phone number provided him by Robert Baker after the murder, the 747-888-2168?
Yes.
And what does this document that we were talking about that you obtained pursuant to search warrant in Exhibit 218 indicate?
Gives the subscriber name, and again, this is just the name that was provided to T-Mobile.
Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones. An address, the subscriber address as it was provided by the person that bought the phone. And
That
this-
was the Indale Street in Panama City that you said was a non-existent or a fake address?
Yes.
And does it also indicate just below the actual date?
Yes, and even sort of more importantly is that activation date on 1/29/2017.
What I've just highlighted?
Correct.
Okay. And then beneath this, does it also indicate the same information with respect to the description or the phone model being an LG stylus?
Yes, gives all the identifying information for that specific device.
Showing you People's 218. There's a 3 in the lower left corner. Did you locate this photograph within item 121, the Samsung S8, a screenshot of this very phone taken June 3rd of 2017, that being the LG phone?
Yes, unfortunately in this case, we never recovered the LG phone, but we did find evidence of it in a photograph recovered from Robert Baker's device.
Which matched up to the search warrant information, correct?
Yes, it is an LG phone, and it appears to be the same in look and style as the LG Stylo 2 Plus.
Showing you the second document from T-Mobile within People's 218. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is, again, the subscriber information to the ZTE phone, and it was acquired at the same place on the same date with the same subscriber name and fictitious subscriber name and address.
Okay. So again, Daniel Jones at the same Panama City address, same activation date, correct?
Correct.
And here the phone number 747-250-0708, correct?
That's correct.
And you're telling us that that was the phone number for the ZTE flip phone that was recovered, that we see here depicted in People's 150.
Correct.
Did you also, let me just go back to that T-Mobile document. Does it also indicate phone model ZTE black?
Symbol, yes.
Okay. Did you uncover any information, given that you were able to do a device extraction on the ZTE flip phone, did you uncover any information regarding the use of that particular phone?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was used not very often. I was not able to identify any of the persons that were contacted in this phone. What was interesting to me about this phone was that on January 31st, when we know that Monica Sementilli traveled to Toronto, there is a information that was extracted from the actual device with a message that said, welcome to Canada. So the phone essentially switched from America cellular towers to cellular towers in Canada at the same time that we know that Monica Sementilli traveled to Canada.
And that would have been for the funeral.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have a two-page document for the SMS messages relating to that ZTE. Could it be added to People's 218, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is this?
This was what I was speaking about in the highlighted portion. You'll see that it has that specific date, 1/31/2017, when we know that Monica traveled to Canada for Fabio's funeral, and there's the message, welcome to Canada.
Okay. And here it says UTC -8, so that would be California time, correct?
Correct. I'm not sure because I didn't print out this document. We know through Celebrite you can pick whether you want it in what time zone you want it in. I believe this is our time zone.
Okay. And this
And I
is,
believe it's already been sort of calculated for us, even though it says -8. I believe these are the actual times.
okay.
I'm not certain.
Thank you.
Had you also reviewed the recording relating to the Perkins operation, or the portion where, subsequent to her arrest, the defendant spoke to Detective Gable at the cell door at the Van Nuys station relating to this particular phone.
Yes.
And were you aware that the information that she provided was to Detective Gable that she found that ZTE flip phone in the garage just prior to her trip to New York and Toronto in June of 2017, and that she was taking it to a store so that they could provide some information to her on whether it was an old phone and who it belonged to?
Yes.
So the evidence that you uncovered indicated that the defendant took that phone with her when she went to Toronto to accompany her husband's body back for burial in Canada in January, the end of January, January 31st.
Yes.
Burner phone that was registered to Robert Baker that was a Samsung S6.
No.
As part of your review of the device extractions or cell phone data, did you locate within the defendant's Apple iPhone extraction text messages between her and her daughters subsequent to the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
I have two text messages between the defendant and her daughter Isabella that are dated April 21st of 2017. May they be marked as People's 219?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you People's 219, there's a number 27 in the lower left corner. Did you locate this information relating to a text message string between the defendant and her daughter Isabella or Bella on the date of April 21st of 2017 that began at 3:40 in the afternoon?
Yes.
And does this message indicate that the defendant was on Melrose shopping and that then she's going to go to dinner and karaoke?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevance grounds and no foundation.
Looking at the second page where there's a 28 in the lower left corner, does that again indicate a response from her other daughter, Jessica, on the same date, now at 7:15 at night,
asking where the defendant is, and she responds, Melrose, gonna have dinner, then karaoke.
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 194. This receipt from Melrose Avenue on the same date, April 21st, at 6:05 at night. Did you go through all of the evidence that was booked to this case under the DR number at Central Property on more than one occasion?
Well, I'm going to object. There's no foundation for this. It's speculation.
So rule.
It's already in evidence. Is it? Did you do that?
Yes.
And it's keynote too.
That's overruled.
Counsel, I need to
Interrupt you. We'll take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
All right. So, yes, we are having some issues right now with Comcast, but just bear with us. Hopefully the audio is going through okay. All right, so while they take their lunch, I'm just going to recap what has happened so far with Miss Mitzi Roberts. So this was pretty, I don't know what you want to say. So there were 95 messages via Viber between 6 a.m. and 5:14 p.m. between Monica and Baker. There were 180 messages between the two of them on January 22nd. Then Austin starts using his app, he starts using WhatsApp on January 29th. There are no texts while Baker and Austin were inside the house. Then they talk about the tickets to the Paradise Party compound in Atlantic Beach, South Carolina. The airline ticket from LA to Charlotte cost $2,387. And then here's where it gets graphic. So there were 240 photos, mostly photos, some videos of a graphic nature stored in Baker's Dropbox under several names. Madonna and Real Madonna were one of them, or two of them, I should say. Then they started to talk about 2016 and 2017. That's when they took a sidebar, and they came back and they talked about Monica partially clothed, completely nude, poses, close-ups of her. There's nothing left to the imagination. Pictures of Baker's privates as well. There's oral, all kinds of stuff. Masturbation, close-ups of stuff. Then they talk about the photo of Monica at the bedroom mirror corner. Seems like it's probably lipstick that she used. Baker's in the reflection, so he's taking a picture of it. There's a photo of Monica in an army t-shirt. That's Baker's, and then it's her wearing that shirt on the way to Fabio's service in Canada. Just unbelievable. Then there's modeling photos of Monica exposing herself next to the Mustang and a light pole. I remember they kind of talked about this earlier, and yeah, she's outside taking photos. He's in the industry. He's managing people, but I think he was also in movies. So it sounds like she wanted to be a star as well. Then there's some pictures that were taken in August 2016 and then October 2016. So Fabio's still around. I mean, he doesn't get off until January of 2017. So, and we heard a lot about that Hawaiian trip. So, all right. Holly serves teacups to catch all the flying tea. Colleen Withers horse rescue. Love recaps. I was on the phone to my son and missed a bunch, but all caught up with the recaps. Nice. And Pammy says, same Colleen. See, Squeegee's recaps are awesome. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right, let's get back to it. let us get back to it. Yeah, Queen Anne. Queen Olive, I'm sorry. Queen Olive Ruth Ann. There was way too much information. Absolutely. All right, let me zoom.
Before we broke at lunch, I had shown you the messages between the defendant and her daughters in People's 219 with respect to the date of April 21st of 2017. Showing you has been previously marked as People's 194. There's a 26 in the lower left corner. When you went through the property in this case, was one of the items, this receipt that has the same date at 6:05 at night for a store on Melrose.
Yes.
If we haven't already, we object this to keep it.
You have, and still overruled.
And showing you what was previously marked as People's 96, I asked you about going through the defendant's emails. Did you also do that and find documentation that we see here in People's 96, page 24, and the accompanying documents regarding Fabio Sementilli's benefits that was sent May 17th of 2016.
Yes.
As well as what we see here in People's 97 from August 4th of 2016, again, regarding Fabio Sementilli's benefits through Cody.
Yes.
I have a set of text messages that are dated beginning February 8th of 2017. 6 pages in length. May they be marked as People's Exhibit 220?
Yes.
Starting at the top, People's Exhibit 220. Did you review with respect to the defendant's Celebrate report from her cell phone, as we discussed, messages that took place on February 8th of 2017 and dates thereafter relating to her communications with her daughters?
Yes.
And in this set of messages, can you describe for us what we see here on February 8th
a couple weeks after the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Here we go, at 9:30 at night.
Objection, Your Honor, this was already testified to, and it's cumulative. It's relevant,
I don't-
and it's argumentative. It's letting the prosecutor make her.
I'm sorry,
All right,
counsel.
can we approach, Your Honor?
Let me just rule, and then I'm not going to approach. One, I've warned you before about speaking objections. This is the last warning.
Understood.
Next, your objection's overruled. This has not gotten it before. Proceed.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is a instant message exchange between Bella and Monica. The first message, Bella saying, "Come home, all my friends are leaving."
And this is a message that is sent out from Bella to her mother at 5 minutes to 10 at night, correct?
Correct.
California time.
Yes.
And then it is from her sister, Jessica.
Yes. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It is like a group text between the three family members. And Jessica says, "Okay, on my way home." On my way.
And subsequent to that, about 50 minutes later, is there another text from Bella on this text message string
Yes.
asking if Jessica is almost home?
Correct.
On the second page, do we see a response from Jessica at 10:27?
Yes.
And then what do we see here at 10:27 p.m. on February 8th coming from Isabella?
Message to both Monica and Jessica saying, "Guys, what the hell? Why leaving me alone for so long? I don't want to be alone in this house."
And then is there another message from her about 11 minutes later at 10:38 p.m.?
Yes.
And is that what we see here? Don't forget I exist or anything. I'm not opening the door.
Yes.
Night. And then at 10:43 and 54 seconds, what do we see here in green?
That's Monica responding, "Jess, where are you? Get home."
And then do we have a response from Jessica that comes in at 10:44 and 29 seconds?
Correct. I'm getting off the freeway with RN right now.
Moving on to the date of March 9th of 2017. Once again, can you tell us what we see here at 10:12 p.m.?
This again is a message from Bella in the group thread, asking if one of them can please come home.
One of them being her mother and Jessica?
Yes. I believe she was babysitting. Giuliani is falling asleep, and I'm studying, and basically she didn't want to be alone.
And she says, basically, I don't get why you guys leave me alone all the time.
Right.
Okay. And then there's a response from Jessica.
Yes.
And at 10:13 p.m., does Jessica send a message back to her sister and mother?
She does.
And what does she say here?
"I'm always home alone. Just lock the doors and put the lights on."
And then is there another message from Jessica to her mother and sister at 10:14 p.m. and 15 seconds?
It's from Bella.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes, it says, "Still, I don't care. Then you wonder why I don't talk to you guys, because you're never home and just leave me here to fend for myself. Well, I'm not you, Jess. I don't like being in this house. It's worse when I'm alone."
And on the next page, at the top, Is there a message from the defendant back to her daughters?
Yes,
And this is at 10:16 and 32 seconds.
correct.
And what does she indicate here? To response.
WTF, which I know means what the fuck is going on.
And subsequently at 10:17, is there another
I'm
message?
going to object, Your Honor, there was a message that was...
That's correct. You can go back.
That's okay. Councilman Carter, if you'd like to call.
Go back, please.
All right. At 10:17 p.m.
Yes,
And then is there another message from the defendant?
yes.
What is that?
I'm at a comedy club and this is what I gotta see! Exclamation mark.
And then are there two messages from Jessica back to her sister regarding their mother?
Well, I believe that the first one is actually to Monica, Mom, don't worry, and then follow up to her sister, let Mom have fun, I'll be home at 11.
On the next page, does the defendant respond?
Yes. It's 10:17.
Please work it out.
Correct.
And then is there a message back from Jessica?
Yes.
I'm sorry,
from
from Bella.
Yes.
And what does she say here at 10:18 p.m.?
I'm making that therapy appointment tomorrow. It's like you guys don't even care. Good night.
And the defendant, does she then respond at 10:19?
Yes. What? With 5 question marks.
And then is there a message from Jessica to her sister and mother?
Yes. Isabella, stop overreacting. You're ridiculous. You're never home. We have lives too.
And on the final page, is there a message from Jessica with maybe a correction?
Yeah, I believe she's correcting the bruh to you're being ridiculous.
And then is there a message back from the defendant on March 9th, 2017 at 10:20 p.m.?
Yes. She writes, I'm so very hurt and disappointed. I'm coming home.
And then is there a message back to her mother from Isabella?
Yes. She says, no, it's fine.
Do you know what MIM means?
I do not.
Did you also review messages when we talked about the cell phone extraction for item 119, the defendant's iPhone, that came from Robert Baker on December 17th of 2016?
Yes.
Transcripts that we're going to ask to pass out to play a couple of voice messages.
have a audio file for a voice message on December 17th of 2016 from Robert Baker regarding Viber. We'd like to add it to the flash drive, which is ready to mark as People's 158.
Very well.
Can you add to it too?
I'm sorry?
To it too?
Where to send it? And the transcript, may that be marked, please, as People's 221. And if I may pass out the transcripts.
Yes.
It's only a
Thing I mentioned, that applies, all transcript applies to this as well.
So that was a phone call from Robert Baker to the defendant that was on her, as we said, her iPhone 7, correct?
Correct.
And that was on December 17th of 2016 that mentioned using Viber, correct?
Correct.
And on the phone, did it indicate, the defendant's phone, that it came from the phone number, again, that would come up in the contacts the defendant put into her phone for Louisa or Arball for 213-272-1093?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a second very short voicemail from Al Birdsong to the defendant on May 17th of 2017, which is also contained on the flash drive marked 158. If the transcript could please be marked as People's 222, is it?
Yes.
And I would like to pass out transcripts.
I'm going to object this. I'm sorry. This is obviously.
May I?
You can object this to hearsay. The new one.
Can I see it, please?
Sure.
for the chief.
One moment, please. It's overruled.
May I pass out the transcript?
Yes.
Okay.
Other people, thank you.
Do you know who Al Birdsong is?
Yes.
And where does Al Birdsong, back in 2017, where did he live?
In Nevada.
No foundation.
Just say.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Birdsong or review transcripts and audios with respect to his interviews in this case? As well as, research Mr. Birdsong as a potential suspect involved in this murder?
Yes, I never had any direct conversations with him, but I've read and listened to all of the transcripts and interviews and done extensive investigation on Mr. Birdsong.
Were you also here yesterday when Mr. Roger Brown testified that he knows Al Birdsong by the name Bird and that Mr. Birdsong lives in Las Vegas?
Correct.
Is that consistent with your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
There's no foundation.
All those.
When you reviewed the defendant's extraction from her cell phone, did you also note that there were 2 different voicemails from Gail Burlingame consistent with what she testified to when you were here the other day, yesterday?
Yes.
I'm going to check what's consistent with that argument.
Consistent with
It's overruled.
leaving messages for the defendant regarding the purchase of a Mustang.
Yes.
Did you also obtain information, including audio files, for jail visits that were made to the defendant?
Yes.
How does one go about obtaining video or audio files for jail visits to inmates when they are in custody of the LA County Sheriff's Department?
Well, initially you have to make sure that the person that you want to recover that that visit, that video or audio of that visit, that they're placed in the correct visiting cells that has the capability that has a camera or a listening device or whatever. And once you set that up, then it's just they have a visit, it's videoed, and then you sort of request a copy of that video.
Okay. And does this apply to all of the sheriff's jails throughout the county of Los Angeles?
Yeah, I believe so.
And in this particular case, did you obtain jail visits relating to the defendant throughout her time in custody?
Yes, there were many that had already been obtained by the original detectives, and then I've reviewed all of them, and then we did obtain some additional.
While we're on the subject, can you also, as a detective assigned to a particular case, obtain jail calls made by inmates to people outside of the jail? Let's say if they wanted to call home or something of that nature.
Yes.
How does that work?
So in that case, it's a little different in that an inmate is given sort of an individual number, PIN number for lack of a better word, that is their number. And when they get phone privileges, all calls within the LA County jail system are recorded. There is a message that makes it very clear that they're recorded. And so then the process after that is merely just reaching out to the coordinator that manages that system and requesting all of the recordings. And when you request it, you just need the inmate's name and the inmate's number.
And in this particular case, did you make requests for jail calls relating to the defendant?
I did.
And do you make those requests through unique or individual booking numbers?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you obtained hundreds?
I would venture to say thousands.
Thousands of jail calls that the defendant made.
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that you obtained hundreds of jail calls that were made by Robert Baker?
So, yes. I guess when I said thousands, I was kind of doing it as a batch in the case, that there was thousands as far as the case made by the both of them. But yeah, hundreds if not thousands by both of them.
Now, in terms of jail calls, you mentioned the fact that inmates have individual PIN or personal identification numbers. If you wanted to request jail calls made by a particular defendant on a case that you are working, would you only then be provided with the calls that are logged to or associated with that particular inmate's PIN number?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, in this case, attempts that were made, sometimes successful, sometimes not, by the defendant along with Robert Baker to get around that process of having their jail calls identified and thus recorded under their own PIN numbers?
So,
Yes, that happened multiple times throughout this case.
Can you explain to us what happened, what they did?
There was a few different tactics that were made. The most common, I think, throughout the jail system is just to use somebody else's PIN number. So you get your cellmate, or they sort of seem to trade numbers, and if you were to make a call and log in somebody else's PIN number, then those calls are going to be on that inmate's recorded calls. And if I didn't have that inmate's number, then I would never get those calls.
In other words, if you weren't able to identify who that was an inmate within the men's jail or the women's jail, you would not be able to obtain those calls for the defendant if they used other inmates' PINs.
Correct.
What steps or what investigation did you do in order to try and identify which other inmates' PIN numbers the defendant and Robert Baker used in order to try to conceal their calls?
A lot of times, if you let the actual deputies within the sheriff's system know that this is happening, they can help you try to identify other names associated and other PIN numbers. In this case, the only way I could really try to keep up was to continuously monitor the calls, listen to the calls, and within those calls, they were, when they were successful in talking to each other, they would talk about, either within the calls or within letters and other communications, ways to try to be able to have a code or a pen pal or something in order to go communicate undetected by law enforcement.
That's the conclusion, Your Honor. No foundation.
It's overruled.
What type of codes are you referring to?
We recovered these coded. They talked about Robert and Monica talked about them both in the mail that they were sending to each other, and on the calls where they were able to talk to each other, and they would identify a name or a date or something that they both would know the answer to. So it was like our friend's favorite dog, or at one point it was the day we met, or the day we had our first date. Well, I don't know what that is. Once you have that date, then they assigned like a letter to every number and would do this whole intricate, they would say 1 minus 3 and 2 plus 7, and if you knew the starting letter, then you could kind of figure it out. But it was, and then it would change. They would change that starting letter or word phrase, and then we would have to try and decipher that as well.
Would it be fair to say that although you tried to identify the other inmates whose PINs they were using to be able to communicate from the male jail facility to the female jail facility where the defendant and Robert Baker were being housed, that there was no way to be able to obtain all of those calls?
Objection, no foundation, false speculation.
That's wrong with every system.
Would it be fair to say that without knowing exactly whose PIN numbers they were using in order to communicate secretly, there would be no way to identify all of the calls that they made to one another?
Objection also assumes fact on
As formula to be overruled, and there's been testimony as to this.
Is that true?
That's true.
So even though you were able, as you said, to identify and obtain thousands of jail calls. You were unsuccessful because of their efforts to evade law enforcement, listening to their communications, to identify and obtain their communications.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Were you able to identify and obtain all of their jail communications?
Objection speculation.
Sustained.
When you said that they would often change the PIN numbers that they were using, was that because through some of the jail mail that you were able to obtain, as well as some of these jail calls, they discussed that certain inmates' PINs who they were using would no longer be good because those inmates at some point were released or moved to other facilities?
Objection, that's legal.
Overruled.
Yes, for one reason or another. I know sometimes it was they were released, they moved to other facilities, or there was occasions I recall where they no longer wanted to sort of participate. They were no longer comfortable participating in
Motion is strike. That's speculation.
Not as forms. It's overruled.
And did they, in jail mail that you were able to obtain and jail calls that you were able to obtain, continually discuss that exact issue, that they were constantly needing to find a new inmate?
Objection, that's leading an argument.
It's overruled.
Yes, they did. There was also some calls that we intercepted where I overheard the actual inmate of the PIN they were using typically has to announce themselves at the beginning of the call, and there was a
Foundation is to any date, time, when this was done.
Overruled.
Did the defendant, along with Robert Baker, also refer to these other inmates by a particular phrase or name?
Yes, there was some that had actual names. Antoinette comes up as a name I remember. I think Tim on the male side, and then in general they referred to him as PPs, which is like a pen pal, but it was just PP.
And at some point in time during these recordings, did one of the two of them at times slip and actually use the words pen pals, and then one or the other would correct the other and say use PP?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for speculation. It's leading.
Overruled.
And in terms of being able to identify certain communications, did you also request through court orders to be able
I'm
to?
going to object to reference to court order. That's argumentative and not necessarily to precede the question.
Again, Your Honor,
No.
can we approach?
Not yet. It's overruled.
With respect to the jail mail, did you obtain court orders in have the sheriff's department copy mail that was found in the defendant's and Robert Baker's cells at certain times, and then put the mail back once they were copied?
Yes, there was both. We have some mail that was recovered and booked into our evidence, and the majority were recovered and then copied and placed back into the cells.
And what was the point of having the sheriff's department copy mail, provide you the copies, and put the originals back into the cells?
It was very important that we at least try to not let Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli know that we were looking at their mail. They were obviously corresponding back and forth to each other, and we're coming up with these alternate ways to do that, and we were again just trying to stay ahead of them and keep up with the ever-changing pen pals and things like that.
All right. Now, is there also a policy in the sheriff's department where they try to prevent inmates from communicating with their co-defendants on cases that are housed in other jails,
Yes,
such as in this case?
yes.
And is there also a policy by the sheriff's department that if they are communicating with their attorneys or to someone that they identify as an attorney, that oftentimes those calls will not be monitored because they're privileged?
Calls for speculation.
I'll allow this.
Yes, and as law enforcement, if we're listening to a call and we identify that it is an attorney, we immediately stop that call, notify the prosecutor, and of course don't use that call for listen any further.
You heard Roger Brown talk yesterday when he was testifying about a mutual friend that he shared with Robert Baker by the name of Howard Lynch. Did you do any investigation on an individual that is an attorney by the name of Howard Lynch?
Speculation as to confession.
Overrule.
Yes, I did.
And Howard Lynch is he an attorney who, as we heard from Mr. Brown yesterday, was or is a close friend of Robert Baker?
Yes,
And did you identify that Howard Lynch was utilized by Robert Baker and the defendant in order to communicate directly to one another?
Objection, speculation, hearsay, and argument.
Sustained on the first ground.
Did you listen to phone calls that were placed to Howard Lynch's office?
I did.
This was his law office, is that right?
That is correct.
And can you tell us about this plan that was put into place by the defendant and Robert Baker utilizing Howard Lynch's law office?
Objections, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you listen to calls where they discussed putting a plan into place?
I did.
And were those calls actually recorded?
They were.
And did you obtain some of those calls?
I did.
Did you listen?
Attorney-client privilege.
One, you do not have standing as to that. Two, there is no privilege as to this. It's overruled.
Did you listen to the calls that you were able to obtain?
I did.
And what, if anything, again, did you learn from listening to these recorded calls through Howard Lynch's law office?
As I recall, initially it started out where they would call in at different times, but they had a prearranged sort of time that they tried to call in on certain days. And
That's speculation.
Sustained.
Is that contained in the recordings?
it is.
May I proceed?
And for instance, when Monica called, she would leave a message for Robert, and then Robert would call into the office. That message would be relayed, and he would leave a message, and this went back and forth through Howard's associates at the office. As it progressed, they came up with a system where they were actually able to somehow call in at the exact same time and link the calls together. Of course, I don't know if they were putting the phones together or whatever, but in the recorded calls, they're having conversations to each other through what we call a three-way call.
Now, just like you testified to with respect to the scheme that was utilized to use other inmates' PIN numbers, did they also come up with a term? You told us with respect to the mail it was PPs for pen pals. Did they also come up with a term that they would discuss for when they were able to use other inmates' PINs to communicate directly to one another through some third party, such as Mr. Lynch?
For speculation, no foundation.
Overruled.
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. I know they used different names that they would identify each other by other than their name.
Did the defendant in some of these calls tell Mr. Baker that she didn't want to make phone calls unless they were clean calls?
Yes.
What are clean calls in terms of what she, the defendant, and Mr. Baker discussed?
I'm going to object calls for speculation.
Overruled.
They were trying to find a PIN number, an inmate number that they could use that wasn't compromised. And the problem that they were having is that as soon as they couldn't, of course, tell each other the PIN number over the phone, because then we would have it. And Baker kept using his own PIN, and Monica was adamant that they shouldn't talk that way, that it would be recorded, we would find it, and that they needed a clean number, which meant a clean PIN that we didn't know that number.
Your Honor, I actually have one jail call that I would like to play. The audio will be on the flash drive that has been previously marked as People's 158. The transcript, may that be marked, please, as People's, is it 223?
It is.
Jail's visit.
To be clear, this is a jail visit and not a jail phone call?
Yes.
Very good.
I believe it's a video. Yes.
You
Should provide these stuff,
you may. Admonition still applies.
I'm sorry, you don't have it.
You do not have a transcript?
Yeah.
That's good. You want to see mine? Sure.
One moment, one moment.
Objection, this is irrelevant.
There it is. You may proceed.
That's good. You want to see mine? Sure. Okay. I can't see anything. What? I can't see it. I can't see it at all. What does it say? You couldn't see it? It says ride or die.
Transcript goes farther than we can hear.
It does. Is there more on the transcript goes further than what was played?
There's an entire conversation that takes place.
I understand that. The last two sentences need to be.
I'll ask. After that portion, does the defendant tell her daughter that the tattoo is just ink, it's just a pen?
Yes, I'm kidding. It's just a pen. I wanted to joke around with you.
Okay. The term ride or die, did that term come up multiple times in various forms of evidence that was recovered from the jail?
Yes.
No objection, that's broad, no foundation.
It's overruled.
Did it come up in jail mail that the defendant sent to her lover, Robert Baker?
Multiple times.
Did it come up in conversations that they had that were recorded?
Yes.
Now, in the course of your investigation, did you also write various search warrants for different types of information that you tried to gather, just as we heard about this morning with respect to the burner phones?
I did.
with respect to one of those search warrants, was that written for, and did you obtain a authorization to obtain what's referred to as a DNA reference sample?
Yes, I did.
What is a DNA reference sample?
It's basically just a swab of an individual's DNA to compare against typically other evidence in a crime.
Okay. And what format does that come in terms of how it's obtained where you're concerned as a law enforcement officer?
With the warrant, with a warrant, we obtain the warrant, go to wherever, in this particular case, it was to the LA County Jail Women's Facility, and we typically have 2 swabs, and they're in a sealed container. We obviously wear gloves and take those sort of precautions against cross-contamination, and just use the swab to swab the inside cheek, both sides of an individual. You're actually looking for skin cells as opposed to saliva for the DNA. And then we package it up and seal it in an envelope, and book it as evidence.
And in this case, did you obtain, pursuant again to a search warrant, a DNA sample or buccal swabs from the defendant at the in the women's portion of the sheriff's jail in LA County?
Yes, my partner and I, Esther Myape at the time, went to the facility, and I believe Esther actually swabbed Monica.
In your presence?
In my presence, yeah. We were both there together.
And did that take place, the service of that warrant, on January 27th of 2001?
It did.
And then did you subsequently, I'm sorry, 2021. Thank you. Yes?
Yes, 2021.
And did you book those swabs for the defendant's DNA reference sample under item number 201, specific to the DR number, the LAPD unique case number in this case?
I did.
All right. And then did you subsequently direct that evidence be transferred to Randy Zepeda in the DNA serology section of the lab?
Yes, when we request the lab to look at a DNA sample that's booked, they automatically generate the transfer of the evidence. So the request basically generates that it will be transferred to the lab.
Your Honor, I have a stipulation that I would like to offer at this time. May the documents please be marked as People's Exhibit 224?
Yes.
Thank you. Stipulation, June 14, 2017, search at Queen Victoria. On June 14, 2017, Los Angeles Police Department personnel searched the Sementilli residence at 5012 Queen Victoria Road pursuant to a legally valid search warrant. The following items were collected at that location and identified as indicated below: a gray LG V410 tablet with serial number Z as in zebra, N as in Nancy, F as in Frank, V as in Victor, 410, and SIM card 818-640-8193 through AT&T, registered to defendant Monica Sementilli. The tablet was recovered from a chaise lounge in the northeast corner of the residence's living room by LAPD detectives. The item was assigned PID number 5 as designated as evidence item number 82. A gray HP desktop computer with serial number 8, C as in cat, C as in cat, 6500, C as in cat, X as in X-ray, X as in X-ray, utilized by defendant Monica Sementilli. The computer was recovered from a desk in the family room on the residence's second floor by LAPD detectives. The item was assigned PID number 11 and designated as evidence item number 88. 2 reference buccal swabs were collected from Robert Baker by LAPD detectives at the Van Nuys jail on June 14, 2017, which were booked into Property Division as item number 158 and subsequently transferred to LAPD's Crime Laboratory for processing. Counsel Joy?
Joey,
Receive.
Let me inquire. Esther, do you want me to book evidence envelopes separately as different numbers?
Yeah, the individual items in
Yeah.
examples, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have an evidence.
You want multiple envelopes marked individually?
Meaning each envelope and its contents.
Yeah.
Individually, yeah.
Very well. As far as the contents themselves, those are not individual. The envelope and its
the envelope
contents.
With the envelope and its contents.
Right.
Yeah. Your Honor, I have a yellow envelope. On the exterior, it has the number 203 to 204 and 206 to 208 attached to a property report. May it and its contents be marked as People's 225.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. I may approach.
Detective, showing you what's been, looks like repackaged and marked now as People's 205. Looking at the exterior,
225.
I'm sorry, 225. Looking at the property report attached to the front, do you recognize this property report?
Yes,
And how is it that you recognize it?
I completed it.
And what did you book into evidence in this under the numbers 203 to 204 and 206 to 208?
There was an address book recovered from Robert Baker's cell, miscellaneous papers, basically,
Okay.
and a newspaper clipping.
Okay. And were these items that you recovered from his jail cell with the assistance of sheriff's personnel?
Correct.
Okay. If you could please remove the items from the envelope and describe them individually.
And 204 is basically a county-issued sort of phone book where they put important phone numbers, PIN numbers. There's a lot of PIN numbers.
What date did you recover these items from Robert Baker's jail cell?
March 18th, 2021 at 8:30 in the morning.
And which jail was that recovered from?
Los Angeles County Jail. I can't remember at this time whether he was in Twin Towers or the county jail.
All right.
The phone books.
Okay.
They have the numbers, and then some of them have other inmate PIN numbers.
Okay. And did you identify each of them as individual numbers on your property report?
Item numbers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That match up to the numbers I gave you, 203 and 204, 206, 208?
Correct.
So if I were to show you, just for instance, what is 203, within a couple pages inside, we see numbers, looks like phone numbers, extensions, and then perhaps inmate booking number.
Correct.
And if we move on to another page, we see a Ken Rasmussen with, again, what appears to be another booking number, or, excuse me, an inmate number.
Yes, that's a booking inmate number.
A Jose Rivera, again, with an inmate booking number.
Yes.
All right. And 204, the exterior. It looks like something about Bible study, correspondence, courses. If we open this up, once again, does this appear to have various names and numbers, as well as the address, 331 Salem, for Roger Brown's address in Glendale?
Yes.
What are the other items in there?
206 is miscellaneous paper. It's in this little envelope.
Oh.
It's like a little love note that says, "I love you, baby."
Okay. Looks like a small coin envelope.
Yes.
Is this what you would have used to book this item into?
Yes, I put it in
So,
that envelope.
Looks like this, with 206 on the outside, and then this is what was inside.
Yes.
Small piece of paper. It looks like it has the writing that you said, "I love you, baby," with a red heart, and maybe some type of a note, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next set of items? Returning that to the coin envelope.
207 is a newspaper clipping.
Regarding what?
This is the newspaper booking photo of Monica Sementilli. Do you want the envelope?
Oh, yes. Thank you. And this, again, a small coin envelope. Is this what you used to book this newspaper clipping photo?
Correct.
Okay. 207 and the defendant's booking photo.
Yes.
Okay. What's the next item?
It's just we book these as miscellaneous papers because it's just exactly that. It's different papers with writing, some pictures, some newspaper articles.
Did some of these items appear to be mail that was sent to Robert Baker by the defendant?
Yes.
Actually, that calls for a conclusion.
Sustained.
Okay. And can you tell us what is it that we see here?
It's I don't really want to call it a love letter. It's just a letter talking about somebody being sexy, looking sexy.
Okay. Talks about a sexy, sandy ass, and that she got those creases on her bottom, correct?
Yes.
And then attached, or in addition to that, magazine, pictures, correct?
Correct.
And a photograph of a woman's buttocks that appear to have sand on them.
Yes.
And within the same envelope, on lined paper, a heart, and what does this say?
Ride or die.
And attached to that, does there appear to be an article regarding sexual positions based
Yes.
on the title?
Yes.
Another photograph of a woman's buttocks, and looking at the next item, does this appear to be a happy birthday message?
Yes, it does.
And at the bottom, is there a signature?
No.
Forever, baby, forever, with a heart?
Yes, but no signature.
Okay. And if I turn it over, does the letter indicate that, as she explained in her other letter, he found his ride or die, nobody else, no matter what?
Yes.
And again, looking at the language here and the writing, I found mine and you, proven, tested, tried and true, always 100%, always resolute. Some of those phrases, always 100, always resolute, was that the same language that was utilized by the defendant and Robert Baker in communicating with one another?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
So overruled.
Yes. In overhears and stuff, I remember that exact language, resolute.
Okay. And then at the bottom, it looks like a drawing of hands with a lipstick for a mouth, and then a message. Correct?
Yes.
And what does that say? It says insert dick here,
Thank
correct?
you. Yes.
Okay. And another document, a handwritten note in the same type of writing. Again, have you seen this type of language used in numerous messages or jail kites letters from the defendant to Robert Baker?
Yes.
Okay. And here, again, using the phrase calling Mr. Baker baby, as we saw in the other letter,
So proud, baby. So proud and grateful for all of you. You're my
And
my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. I think this sounds like a bad song. Can't help but cry when I hear our song. Fuck, I miss my man, my savior, my sexy beast, my husband. Correct?
yes.
And then at the bottom, again, under a similar lipstick kiss, it looks like some more writing. Is that right?
Yes.
And then attached to this, within this envelope, is a drawing. Have you seen this?
I have. I recovered it.
So looking at the top, does this also appear to be the drawing consistent with other letters, jail again, letters that you've seen drafted by the defendant to Robert Baker?
Yes.
And on the female who's sitting naked at a bar drinking, there appears to be some sort of lower back tattoo.
Yes.
What is that?
RLB.
What does RLB stand for?
Robert Louis Baker.
Okay. And does there also appear to be a name written on the umbrella where the female is drinking?
Yes. Maestros.
And if we look at the bottom, does there also appear to be more
Yes.
writing?
Yes. It says, "Waiting at the bar for my baby. Come meet me in my dreams."
Another drawing. What do we see here?
Well, it's a drawing of a woman in looks like a two-piece bathing suit. Her hands in the front of the bathing suit. Some tattoos or nylon. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. Some sort of a covering of the eyes. There's a tattoo above the groin area that says "Master," and there's a necklace that she's wearing with an R.
For Robert,
I would assume so.
That's fine.
would that be consistent with the first letter of Robert Baker, just like we saw in the lower back tattoo?
That's an argument.
So a rule.
Yes.
And the next one, another drawing, looks like the hands are pointed to 10 o'clock.
Yes.
And above that, you also see Robert Baker's initials.
Yes. RB.
Did you often, as we talked about the codes that the defendant and Baker would use in their jail communications, whether it be by letter or in their phone calls where they were able to talk to each other, did the time 10 p.m. or 10 o'clock come up numerous times?
Yes.
In what aspect?
It was they talked about in their jail mail and calls that they would always pause at 10 o'clock to think about each other.
And the last page says there appeared to be, again, another handwritten letter, front and back. That ends with happy holidays for the rest of this life and the next. More than love, your SMHLM.
Yes.
Any idea what any of that means?
No.
Councilman, at this time, let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition does apply.
All right. Good night, Father. Here's a shot of Super Ball for you. Super Ball gives you a kitty hug. Gonna be meow? Meow meow? Meow. Meow. Can we get a meow? Meow. No. She's not gonna give meows. Oh, come here. There we go. Oh, meow. 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 Aw. Meow. Oh. And then I get the smack. No, no. Don't smack. Can you hear her purring? Meow. She's getting feisty. Oh, you go, girl. All right. Have a good night, Father. Yes. Super Ball muted the mic. Alrighty. I don't even know where to begin with this. All right. There was texts between Monica, Jessica, and Isabella. Jessica's like, where the hell are you guys? Bella says, you're never home. I don't like being in this house. It's worse when I'm alone. WTF is going on. Monica's at a comedy club. And Jessica texts Bella, let mom have fun. I'll be home at 11. Bella says, I'm making that therapy appointment tomorrow. It's like you guys don't even care. And then Jessica's like, Isabella, stop overreacting. So Jessica's the older one. Isabella, Isabella's the one that found her father, and she just needs some support from her mom and her sister. All right. Then the jail calls, thousands of calls by both Monica and Baker. They talked about these codes, and then here's where Howard Lynch, who is we heard about him from Mr. Brown, Mr. B. So Howard Lynch is an attorney, and he was a close friend of Baker's. So they would call in. So Monica and Baker would call into Lynch's office, law office, and they would like exchange messages to each other, and then they would also coordinate. So they would do like a three-way call. I don't know how ethical that is, illegal that is. I'm not sure. I tried to find some kind of information. I didn't see anything on Howard Lynch, California lawyer in trouble. Nothing was coming up for me. But let's see. Then so June 14th, Baker got swabbed. He got swabbed right away, but Monica didn't get swabbed until January 27th, 2021. Why did they wait that long? I don't know why they waited that long. Right? That's just so weird. Then we get into these notes. I love you, baby, with the red heart. Newspaper clipping, a booking photo of Monica. And there's another note, with the lips on it. Jesus. And then, yes, he references, okay, and thank you, Drunky the Bear, for saying John Legend. So I looked that up, and it is a song. I lose, I'm winning. And then I like Miss Silverman says, sounds like a bad song. It's actually a John Legend song, so I like John Legend. I don't know much about him, but I do like whenever I hear his stuff. I do like him. And then RLB, Robert Louis Baker. So there's a drawing of this female, and there's like at a swim bar, I guess, and she's got a tramp stamp. And and both would pause at 10 p.m. each night, to think about each other. I'll say this for them. They clearly were, I don't know, in love, in lust. It seems like they were in love with each other, I guess. I don't know. Why didn't she just divorce Fabio and call it a day? I mean, I don't know. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, it's highly unethical, if not illegal. Yeah. Nan R, it has to be illegal. I wonder if the lawyer would get in trouble. I tried to look him up. I didn't see anything. Sarcasm, I needs the John Legend song. It's called All of Me from 2013. So you can check it out. I'm sure it's on YouTube. 2013, All of Me. And there's that. Yeah, Pammy, they are teenagers. I know. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, poor Bella found her dad and everyone was blowing her off, sad. I wonder if the girls are watching and if they are, what are they thinking now? They went to bat for her. They went to pre-trials and they talked to in front of the court and said they support mom. Drunky the Bear, he wrote that song for his wife. That's cool. Yeah, it's on the album Love in the Future. He got nominated for a World Music Award for World's Best Song. So, yeah, I'm sure it's a cool song. Shirley Roth, great song. Baka, All of Me, that's what it is. Leslie, tackle hug in the morning, I love you all. Right on. Sinbad 33, teenager mentality, it's ridiculous, I know. Mel Stiller says All of Me is a very beautiful ballad. All right, I'll have to listen to it afterwards. I'm not going to play it here. We'll get hammered for copyright. I will play it afterwards. Drunky the Bear, they can't watch till after they testify. Oh, so you think they're going to testify? I would think so. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, what about now though? Do they still support her? Oh, they might not be watching the evidence. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hellcat, we will see you tomorrow. All right. Sarcasm, that's my favorite John Legend song. I would have never connected it to this. That's cool. Sinbad 33, I understand why the kids support her. She's all they have left. That's true. Drunky the Bear, Jessica's going to testify. Do we know for state or for defense? Let us know if it's state or defense. All right, let's get back to it. So you see, we only have about another hour left. No, not even. All right, sorry, let me get back here. Okay.
I have another envelope. This one's an LAPD evidence envelope that bears the victim's name, Fabio Sementilli. The description is miscellaneous papers, items 168 to 173. There is a property report attached. May it and its contents be marked, please, as People's 226.
Yes.
Thank you. Shown you what's been previously marked as People's 226. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a property report on the front, but evidence envelope containing, it says underwear. I don't know if there's underwear in here, but and then miscellaneous papers and news articles.
Okay. And was this, again, one of the items that you reviewed with respect to evidence booked to this case? In this case, by Detective Byers.
Yes.
Did you work,
Josh Byers.
Yes. Did you work with Detective Byers and Detective Farrell when you were at Robbery Homicide Division for many years?
For many years, yes.
And did you meet with them and discuss with them your investigation when you retired and they took over the case as the third set of investigating officers?
Yes, graciously they did.
Yeah. Can you open this envelope and again remove the items and describe to us the items inside?
Okay, within the envelope, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 manila envelopes. Each one is corresponding to the item number that Detective Byers put on his report.
All right. Item 168
says miscellaneous papers.
So if we put them in order, Do they, do the actual envelopes inside range from 168 to 173?
Correct.
Okay. If we turn over the document, the property report on the exterior of the envelope, does that run through 173?
Correct.
Okay. And let's start with the first envelope, 168. Can you open that and tell us what's inside?
It's miscellaneous papers. It appears to be some sort of a letter or notes.
Okay. Handwritten in pencil?
Yes, handwritten in pencil.
And is it typical that jail mail is always written in pencil because that's what the sheriff provides?
Yes, and the paper is usually very distinct too. It's that gray paper.
Lined paper?
Gray lined paper.
Like notebook paper?
Yeah, it reminds me of the stuff I had in like kindergarten.
Okay. And this, you said it was 4 pages in length?
Yes, it's 4 pages in length.
Okay. And were these recovered from Mr. Baker's cell?
Yes, when Mr. Baker was at the North County Correctional Facility, which is in Castaic.
NCCF?
Yes.
And what date?
On August 14th, 2017 at 10 in the morning.
Okay. If you could return that to its envelope. And if you could open the next one, 169, I believe.
This is a newspaper article. I'm sorry, there's another page.
Looking at the 2 pieces you just handed me from 169, are these newspaper articles relating to the not guilty pleas of the defendant and Robert Baker relating to the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay.
If you could return these to the envelope.
We'll move on to 170.
This is jail, typical what a jail mail envelope looks like. Since it's been inspected by somebody at the sheriff's department.
And that's based on a stamp in red on the exterior of the envelope?
Yes. And it, see if we can see here. It definitely comes from the women's facility because the women's facility is in Linwood, although the sender is off, but it's to Robert Baker with his booking number. And then also what appears to be a drawing of a typical sort of cell block.
How do you know that?
It's well, number one, I've been to a county jail numerous times, and the drawing with the doors looks very similar to the jails that I visited. And then there's double cot beds, the toilet next to the cot beds, and then there's 3300, which is kind of the cell block number.
Okay. Thank you. That appears to be a hand-drawn photo.
Hand-drawn drawing.
Yes.
This here.
Correct.
Okay. Looking at the exterior of the envelope, when we spoke earlier about booking numbers or pins, would this be the booking number for Robert Baker?
Yes, that's correct.
The address at the North County Correctional Facility,
Yes.
coming from CRDF, Linwood Jail,
Yes.
the women's jail.
Correct.
And is that the same location you went to when you obtained the DNA reference sample from the defendant that I believe you told us you booked as item 201?
Correct.
And if we look at the letter inside, does it appear to be front and back of 2 pages? So therefore, we're talking about 4 handwritten pages in total.
Yes.
And does it start out at the top of the first page with "How's my man"?
It does.
And if we look at page 4, in the center of this piece of paper, coded letters, OMM. Do you know what that stands for?
I don't know what the OMM stands for.
On my mind. Have you heard that
Objection
before?
to fleeing.
I have heard
Sustained.
that.
How about LOML?
The love of my life.
100, we talked about the other letter I showed you earlier where it said 100% or 100.
Correct.
A certain time.
Correct.
Again, the phrase ride or die.
Yes.
And then the phrase be smart and be strong, baby.
Yes.
Also, I'm in love. Nothing can break me now.
Correct.
And at the bottom, hope to hear from you too. See you tonight at 9 p.m. LYVM.
Love you very much.
Mrs. Baker,
Yes.
P.S. I miss my sake and oysters, and then that same phrase that we saw in the last letter.
Yes.
And always OMM with a heart.
Yes.
Looking at the next envelope. 171.
171, again, this is J.O. Mail. This is to Robert Baker. It has the inspected red stamp, has his booking number, and the sender says it's Nisha Hire, Hayer, Nisha, Nishia, at the Women's Detention Center.
Again in Linwood.
Yes.
Same location where you collected a buccal swab reference samples from the defendant.
Yes.
Moving back for a moment to the last letter that I showed you that was 4 pages.
Yeah.
On page 4, do you see here where it says resolute, comma, protocol?
Yes.
And beneath that, I fucking love you, babe.
Yes.
What's a protocol?
Well, I'm going to object that speculation.
That's form sustained.
Do you know what is meant by protocol in these letters based on your review of many of them?
Sustained. There's been testimony before by the others.
All right, showing you the first document. Does this appear to be a drawing next to a letter?
Yes.
And again, is this a typical jail kite or letter?
Yes, jail mail.
At the bottom, once again, do you see where it says here, I am as strong as ever and will not lose faith, that we will overcome and live the way we want. I love you very much. Manja, cake forever, Mrs. Baker.
Yes. And
On the front, do you also see, once again, on the front where the picture is, that same code, LOML with a heart?
love of my life.
Showing you another letter, 4 pages, front and backs. At the very top on page 1, do you see again that phrase, LOML?
Yes.
At the bottom of page 3, do you see here where it says, don't forget our love is our bond, it's unbreakable, and then that same phrase, MUA, MB?
Yes.
What does MB stand for?
Monica Baker or Mrs. Baker.
And on the back, do you again see the same type of code, OMM?
LOML, LYVM, 9 p.m.
And at the bottom, you also see the signature again, MB. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Again, on the next page, looks like there's some drawings at the top of, bless you. Looks like it says it's dated July 1st, 2017. There's some sunshine, maybe a palm tree. And then, halfway down, do you see, again, those same codes?
Yes. And I believe on the top and in the previous letter, also the I do. It was at the bottom of the previous one that you had. And
just above the
yes.
The Monica Baker signature.
Right.
And again, at the bottom, again, that same signature for Monica Baker.
Yes.
And so would this be an example of sending jail mail, or what's referred to as kites, as we've heard, through other inmates' booking numbers to try to get around any court order that you're trying to copy mail belonging to a particular inmate's booking number by using this type of procedure?
Yes, and had there not been a cell search on this one, that's a perfect example. We never would have found this letter because it didn't go through the traditional protocol with Monica's booking number, so it would never came in and been flagged.
So because the booking number on the top is from a booking number relating to a different inmate, this particular letter would never have been copied. However, as you said, you did a cell search on this particular day.
Correct.
Or Detective Byers did.
Correct.
Right.
Got to be an empty envelope.
Moving on to number
This may have been with that in that envelope.
172.
I think this was in all together, and I just forgot to pull it out.
Okay.
And it appears to be an envelope with a single page drawing. Is that right?
Yes, that's item 172.
All right. And this phrase here, synced and linked, is that a phrase that came up in jail mail as well as in conversations that were recorded in the jailhouse lockup that we'll listen to next week?
Multiple times.
And again, a drawing and halfway down pointing to the male individual's buttocks. Does it indicate property of Monica Baker?
It does.
And then on the finger, just like we saw in one of the other drawings with respect to tattoos and things like that, initials RB.
That's correct.
Okay, this is dated August 6th. Yes?
Yes.
And then at the very bottom, Payne's baby.
Yes.
I'm sorry, is that date 17/2003?
Doesn't have a year. And the last envelope.
The last envelope is number 173. And again, it's it's an envelope. Doesn't have any markings on the outside, but it's numerous letters and papers inside. Correct.
The first one indicates it's 10 pages in length, and it appears to have handwriting on both sides of the paper.
Yes.
At the bottom of the second page, on the back, do we see that same phrase, LOML?
Yes.
Mrs. Baker?
Correct.
With respect to the second set of handwritten docs, once again we see that same phrase, but this time with the defendant's first name, Monica.
Yes.
And the back of the next page, again, those same type of codes. This one, LUVM.
Love you very much.
R or D.
Ride or die.
100. And then the name Monica Baker.
Correct.
And then multiple pages regarding handwritten letters. And at the bottom of the next page, again, on the signature line, always OMM, always Robert, I love you, 9 p.m., and then your woman always.
Correct.
And another set of writings. Again, at the top, we are definitely synced.
Yes.
That same phrase we talked about a moment ago.
Correct.
And at the very bottom of the last page, again, always OMM, always 100 with all of my fiber, Mrs. Baker, with that same hua.
Correct.
could,
Those go into this envelope and then I'll go back in.
okay, if you could return the first grouping to the exterior packaging. And Your Honor, I have another evidence envelope. There's a property report stapled to the exterior. It says in red pen, number 209 to 210. May it and its contents be marked, please, as People's 227.
It may.
Showing you Exhibit 227. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, it's a LAPD evidence envelope. It actually has my name as booking it. I probably rebooked it.
Yes. And if you...
No, I booked the originals. I booked it after retrieving it from the sheriff's.
Okay. And who did you retrieve it from? The sheriff's department?
From the sheriff's department, and they had it in their evidence.
Okay. So you rebooked it from sheriff's back to LAPD property under this case number?
Correct.
Because it was evidence that was recovered by the sheriff's?
That is correct. I believe at one of the court facilities.
Here.
Yes.
And looking at the evidence envelope inside,
Yes.
does that confirm what you just said?
Yes. That one manila envelope containing several pieces of paperwork.
And does this...
Court Services Central, Bureau Central, and it's booked by D.
Schackenberg, Dustin Schackenberg?
With a serial number of 532. And it was booked on June 28, 2018.
18.
Yes.
Thank you. And this is evidence, again, that you recovered from the sheriff's department and then booked in under this case number?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm going to return that sheriff's envelope into your exterior packaging, and we'll deal with that tomorrow with the sheriff's department. Back for a moment to People's 226, looking at the third page. About
Yes.
10 lines down, do you see where it says what I'm pointing to here?
Yes.
What does that say?
I've stuck to protocol, admitted to love affair of about a year.
Returning 173 to you, and I think this was one of the prior ones. The next thing I have is some recorded jail calls I don't know if the court wants to start that now or if you want to break at this point, and we'll continue with that later.
As I understand it, we're going to interrupt Detective Roberts' testimony tomorrow and have other witnesses testify. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is a good time to interrupt the testimony then.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admission applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. A form expressing opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. As you heard, we're going to interrupt Detective Roberts' testimony for tomorrow. So have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
All right. So that concludes day 19. We are almost caught up. We're still one day behind. I was really hoping that we could have gotten caught up, but unfortunately we're still behind. But we're only one day behind versus 2 or 3 days. So they were just talking, there was more letters from Monica to Baker, and it seems like they were coded. Like, it seems like there were some coded phrases in there. So I sure would hope at some point, oh my goodness. Oh, look at that sweet little baby. Oh, it's a good girl. Yeah. That's a good girl. I hope that somebody, decodes all this stuff at some point for us, because it's like so, get off the, nope. Oh God, did you just totally delete everything? Superball, please tell me you didn't. Okay. Superball is literally laying on my keyboard. I had to move the keyboard. Oh, Jojo. Oh my God, she's being so cute. It's a good girl. All right. Somebody's hungry. I got to go take care of her. All right. So I hope somebody decodes these messages for us at some point, because it's like so frustrating. All right, you guys, I'm going to say goodnight. So tomorrow morning, we're going to pick back up on Todd Mullis. I think he's day 6, I think. That'll be Monday, 10 o'clock. And then we'll get back into Monica after Todd is done. And we'll get to it. So thank you all for joining us on a Saturday and now a Sunday. So that tail, she says she's feisty. I know. She's being feisty kitty. Yeah. Oh, she literally just, yep, she's getting feisty, you guys. All right. I'm gonna go take care of her. Love you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Yep. she's attacking the mic. All right, guys, I better go before Superball brings down the whole production here. Wait, oh. Okay, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Therapist You Know and OnlyFan. You woke up just in time. I love it. Hellcat, Fala, Widespread Panic. Thank you guys for watching with us. We appreciate it. We appreciate you. I'm going to say goodnight for now. Thank you for joining us on Sunday. If you're rewatching it, leave some comments, and if you guys like what you see, join us over on Facebook, X, and Blue Sky, where we announce what we're going to be airing. So if you aren't quite sure what's coming up, we go over there and we always post what's coming up. So just in case you don't know when to watch us. So thank you for your support. Thank you to everybody that gifted memberships today. I know Fala and Therapist You Know did. Pammy, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. And on that note, we will see you tomorrow, 9:45 Eastern for Todd Mullis, day 6, and then we'll pick up on Monica after that. So have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.